Okay, I already replied to this question. To the second question, whatever adjustment between the 60 and 70 will be discussed tomorrow.
I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.
Yes, please be seated. Yes, we are on questions. Can you guide me the next question? 981, hein, c'est bien ça. Yes, Sir Honorable Roukni. I
Thank you, Madam
wanted to
Speaker.
check. I just wanted to check.
B 981.
Madame la Présidente, je suis informé qu'une dizaine d'abonnés situés le long de Chiv-Bracas Road à Triolet rencontrent des problèmes de faible pression d'eau en raison de la longueur du réseau de tuyaux alimentant leur habitation. Afin de remédier à cette situation, la CWA procédera à l'installation d'un nouveau tuyau dédié d'une longueur d'environ 160 mètres le long de cette route, afin d'assurer un meilleur approvisionnement en eau aux abonnés concernés. Ces travaux seront réalisés par les équipes internes de la CWA. Les travaux vont débuter le mercredi 8 juillet 2026 et devraient être achevés dans un délai de 3 mois, soit d'ici le 27 juillet 2026. Le coût estimé des travaux, y compris les raccordements domestiques, s'élève à autour de 455 000 roupies.
Yes, no questions. Good. Anyone else? No. Honorable Apollo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B982.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for raising this important issue, which has regrettably become a source of increasing concern, particularly in relation to road safety. We have all witnessed the growing popularity of electric-powered motorcycles, bicycles, and scooters on our public roads. This trend, especially prevalent among minors, is driven by affordability, convenience, and attractiveness of these vehicles to meet short distance trips, but also due to an extreme laxity in compliance with legislation where applicable, both by dealers in such vehicles at the time of sale and the purchasers, whereby issues relating to registration, insurance, need for appropriate licenses, and protective clothing are not given due consideration. Mindful of the pressing challenges posed by the presence of these vehicles on our roads, government, at its meeting on 16 January 2026, invited my ministry to legislate inter alia on the mandatory wearing of helmets by riders of electric scooters. Madam Speakers, consultative meetings have been held at the level of my ministry with TRMSU and NLTA and the police on the subject. The following matters have been thoroughly addressed. The prevalence of unsafe riding practices, the use of such vehicles without appropriate safety equipment, especially by youngsters, the absence of insurance coverage in certain instances, and consequently liability concern in case of accidents, the operation of high-powered electric vehicles by underage and untrained individuals, the roads along which such vehicles may be authorized to run and where they should be prohibited. Honourable members might have noted that youngsters are riding scooters on our highway, the motorways, heedless of the risk arising. There was full consensus among all institutions on the need for compulsory wearing of protective helmets for all riders, including cyclists. Furthermore, the following regulatory measures were also considered. Number one, compulsory registration of cycles, pedal cycles, and electric bikes. Number two, prescription of a minimum age for persons authorized to ride pedal cycles and electric bikes on public roads. Number three, mandatory use of high visibility clothing, that is reflective jackets, between sunrise and sunset. And number four, the introduction of speed limits for electric bikes. Madam Speaker, it has been observed that road safety risks for riders are often compounded by the lack of awareness regarding existing traffic regulations. This poses a danger not only to the riders themselves, but also to other road users, including pedestrians. It is therefore vital that we balance innovation and accessibility with public safety and responsible road use. In fact, the Honourable Member raised this very concern with me during the sensitization campaign held at Meheberg on 9 May 2026 in the context of Road Safety Week 2026. On that occasion, I had informed all those present that my ministry is already drafting the provision to be incorporated in the regulatory framework pertaining to electric-powered two-wheelers. I wish to reassure the Honourable Member to end, Madam Speaker, that the proposed legislative provisions are currently being refined by my ministry in consultation with TRMSU, NLTA, and Police Department. I will surely seek the agreement of government to my ministry, issuing drafting instructions to the Attorney General's office to regulate on enhancing the road safety of what we consider as an important segment of our vulnerable road users. This will add inevitably to the long list of drafting instructions my ministry has already issued to the Attorney General's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, one supplementary.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Minister for his serious concern. With a recent incident involving a minor of 15 years old on an electric bike where there was no insurance coverage, can the Minister inform the House if an insurance coverage is under study for such vehicles?
Yes, Madam Speaker, like I mentioned in my reply, the absence of insurance coverage in certain instances and consequently liability concern in case of accident is a concern and is being looked into. I thank the Honourable Member for this question.
You mean the imposing of an insurance?
Yes. Going forward, this is what the committee, comprising of the TRMSU, NLTA, and the police are looking into and recommending.
Good. That's it. Next question, Honourable First Member for Port Louis North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B983.
Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the e-health project was initially launched under the Indian line of credit prior to 2014 general elections, but was shelved for unknown reasons following the change in government in December 2014. It was reinitiated only in 2022 with the former government through a portfolio agreement with UNDP, appointed as implementing partner with full responsibility for procurement and overall project management. Accordingly, the contractors were selected by UNDP together with the former government. Since then, the implementation of the project is being managed by UNDP. Initially, the system was expected to go live by December 2024. This deadline was not met due to serious operational, technical, and coordination delays, largely resulting from gaps in planning, insufficient groundwork, and limited oversight by the former government. In particular, site readiness constraints, including electrical works and connectivity issues flagged by UNDP, remain largely unaddressed, thereby delaying successful implementation. Madam Speaker, following my assumption of office in November 2024, together with my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Avinash Ramtehol, we reviewed the project. We were faced with two options, either to scrap the project altogether or to salvage it. Given the substantial public investment already made, we chose the latter, despite the Herculean task of rescuing a project that had fallen significantly behind schedule. We then took immediate action to address the shortcomings, accelerate progress, and move the project into implementation with a clear focus on delivery and tangible outcomes. To that end, an interministerial committee was established to provide close oversight, strengthen coordination, enhance accountability and transparency, and ensure timely resolution of issues in line with the project objectives and revised timelines. As of today, Madam Speaker, the Ministry through the Digital Health Agency is closely monitoring the project at granular level through a structured project monitoring committee, bringing together UNDP, the Ministry of Information, Technology, Communication and Innovation, users and other relevant stakeholders. The PMC is addressing key implementation issues and operational requirements for the effective nationwide roll out of the first phase. The pilot phase is being used to address matters relating to system stability, completeness of patient records and data, and scalability. The platform stabilization stage is expected to be completed within the next 3 months, after which deployment will be extended to other regions and health centers. Change management principles will also be applied to ensure full user adoption in the best interest of patients and the healthcare sector. I am pleased to apprise the House that the system is actively being used and tested by medical records officers, nursing officers, doctors, specialists, and pharmacists. As at date, the e-health system has recorded more than 153,200 patient registration, 287,800 visits, 32,700 file mappings, 43,000 appointments, 8,000 admissions, 7,400 discharges, and 281,100 doctors' consultations. Madam Speaker, in Region 3, the system has already been deployed across 29 sites, including New Flag Hospital, Belay, Lady Suchil, Ramgula Mediclinics, and several health centers. The pilot has also been extended to other regions. Region 4 deployment has started at Grand Bois and Escalier Mediclinics, while file mapping is underway at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital. In Region 5, the system is already deployed at ENT Hospital, with file mapping underway at the National Cancer Center. For Region 1 and 2, preparatory works are ongoing. This includes infrastructural readiness at Brown Sequoia Mental Health Care Center and Subramaniam Bharati Eye Hospital, as well as electrical upgrade planning at SSRN Hospital and its substations. Madam Speaker, with regard to the expected completion dates, the pilot phase, including the platform stabilization, is expected to be completed by October 2026. The system will thereafter be progressively scaled up across all hospitals and health centers, with full implementation targeted by the end of 2027. It should, however, be recognized that e-health project is a major and complex national undertaking involving multiple technical, operational, and institutional dependencies. An agile implementation methodology is being adopted, allowing progressive deployment, testing, and refinement based on user feedback, technical performance, and lessons learned. The progress and timelines will be continuously monitored and adjusted when necessary to ensure controlled and sustainable implementation without compromising system quality, cybersecurity, patient safety, or continuity of health services. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that a total amount of USD $7,420,768 has been paid to UNDP under a portfolio agreement which covers e-health project as well as several other digital initiatives. The portfolio agreement also includes, but not limited to, the laboratory information management system, border health control system, including all-in-one travel form, digital health strategy and legislation, capacity building, as well as change management, project management, and implementation support by UNDP. Of this amount, $6,975,652 representing approximately 94% of the total amount had already been paid before November 2024 by the former government, while the remaining USD $445,116 was paid by the present government in June 2025. I'm further informed that following a procurement exercise conducted by UNDP, the contract specifically for e-health project was awarded to a consortium in January 2024 for an amount of USD $4,440,576 plus $66. Out of this amount, I'm informed that UNDP has already disbursed a cumulative sum of USD $2,746,091.19 to the consortium through a series of payments, each linked to the successful completion of specific contractual deliverables and milestones. The remaining amount of USD $1,694,484.47 is still pending and will be paid by the UNDP following successful completion of all remaining deliveries. In addition, associated infrastructure works including electrical works, network readiness, IT equipment, and other site readiness requirements, are being financed separately under government budgetary provisions in support of phased roll-out of the project, amounting to 257.1 million rupees, and payment is being effected in accordance with the terms of payment. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that pursuant to a cabinet decision of 16th August 2024, government approved the setting up of a dedicated entity for the administration and long-term sustainability of e-health project. The company, namely Digital Health Company Limited, was thereafter incorporated in 19 September 2024 under the Companies Act 2001 as a state-owned company operating under the aegis of my ministry. Government had also approved that the company be administered by a board comprising, among others, representatives of my ministry, Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Finance, Attorney General's Office. The board members were appointed in accordance with the relevant provisions and procedures under the Companies Act 2001. It should be noted that the names of directors of any company are available in the public domain and may be obtained through the Registrar of Companies. Nevertheless, for the sake of transparency, I am tabling the full composition of the present board together with qualification of its members. Madam Speaker, the company is currently being managed by a senior public official in the grade of Permanent Secretary, designated as officer in charge, with support from officers of my ministry. As regards the staffing of the company, recruitment is being carried out progressively in line with the approved organizational framework through public advertisement, screening, shortlisting, and interview under the supervision of the board. Following a recruitment exercise, 28 digital health system officers have been appointed, out of whom only 19 are in post as at now. These officers are being deployed across hospitals and health regions. Madam Speaker, the implementation of the e-health system remains a high priority for government. It represents a long-standing aspiration for the modernization of our public health service, and through sustained efforts, we are now seeing all real signs of progress. The system is presently in its pilot and platform stabilization phase, with close monitoring to address technical, operational, and user-related issues. Further work is ongoing to enhance reliability, streamline processes, and ensure a better experience for patients and healthcare personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm regarding the Digital Health Agency which runs the e-health project, whether budget allocation has increased from 25 million to 45 million, and give the reason thereof? Thank you.
Well, I don't have in mind the exact sum which has been voted, but if the sum has been voted, it's because we have to recruit, and at the same time, we are trying to expand. In the beginning, it was in its initial stage, and that much of money was not needed. And in fact, we have returned 19 million rupees back to the consolidated fund. We did not use the money, but now, as and when the work is progressing, we have got plenty of work to do. For example, there are 2 regions where practically nothing was done by the previous government, and for that, money is required. I believe, because being given that this is governed by the Companies Act, it means they are completely independent. They take their own decisions. But definitely, as far as matters of finance is concerned, it's my responsibility as a minister to look into it. But I can assure the House that each and every rupee will be utilized for the best of the system.
Yes.
Thank
Second
you.
question.
Yeah, and the last. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Minister has tabled the list of directors, can the Honourable Minister inform the House what the salaries of the directors are? Have there been any increase for the next fiscal year, and give the details? Thank you.
I don't have in mind exact, but in fact, this committee that this was approved by the special committee, which is chaired by the Secretary to Cabinet. The decision was taken. This is considered to be grade A company according to the company rule, and not a single rupee additional will be paid to them. Whatever is prescribed by the Act, that much will be paid, not much.
Okay, next question. Honourable First Member for La Caverne Phoenix.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B984, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix that there are currently 20 public gymnasiums operating under its responsibility. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I am tabling the list of these gymnasiums, indicating their respective location and status of their fire certificates. With regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that the total expenditure incurred by the Municipal Council for the maintenance of the gymnasium premises and equipment during the financial year 2025-2026 amounted to 272,534 rupees. This expenditure relates to routine maintenance and minor repair works, including painting, lighting, plumbing, electrical works, and other necessary upkeep to ensure that these facilities remain safe, functional, and accessible to the public. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the question, I am informed that at the time of the parliamentary question was submitted, the fire certificate of 4 gymnasiums, namely Hollywood Municipal Complex, Carolalian Municipal Complex, Palmanson Omnis Po Complex, and Beltier Municipal Complex had expired. I am further informed that the Municipal Council had already initiated the renewal process through the National Electronic Licensing System, that is the NELS, following inspection carried out by the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service, MFRS. Only minor additional fire safety improvements were recommended prior to the renewal of the fire certificates. On the recommendation of the MFRS, the 4 gymnasiums were permitted to continue operating pending the completion of these minor improvement works and the renewal of their fire certificate. The Municipal Council acted promptly and completed all the required works within a few days. Upon completion of the works, the MFRS carried out follow-up inspection, confirmed that all its recommendations had been fully complied with, and issued the necessary clearances. Subsequently, the new fire certificate, valid for a period of 3 years, were issued on 6 July 2026. Accordingly, I wish to reassure the House that all the 20 public gymnasiums operating under the responsibility of the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix are now in possession of valid fire certificate. Thank you.
Yes, it was yesterday, if I understand you.
Yes,
Came
one
yesterday.
supplementary question, Madam Speaker.
Start with one. Start
Yes,
with one.
only one.
Ah, okay.
Yes. May I know from the Honourable Minister whether there is a survey with regard to the equipments that you have in all those 20 gymnasiums? Because most of those gymnasiums, they've got equipments that are obsolete or broken, despite they are still running without fire certificate. Do you have a survey for that? All those equipments that need to be repaired?
Following the survey that has been done, we have noted that we have only 4 that was not under fire certificate, and it was minor recommendation from the MFRS. So everything has been done, and all the 20 now holds a fire certificate. Yeah.
I'm asking for equipments, obsolete equipments. Yeah.
So I have to make a survey for this.
For the equipment?
Yeah, of course.
For the equipment?
Yeah, for the equipment, we can make a survey for it.
Okay, good. So next question will be for Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B985.
Madam Speaker, the Welfare Program Fund is a social protection measure to provide immediate financial assistance to laid-off workers by paying a transition unemployment benefit for up to 12 months. Under Section 77 of the Workers' Rights Act, the main objects of the Welfare Program Fund are to pay a transitional unemployment benefit to laid-off workers, to pay remuneration due to a worker where an enterprise is considered to be insolvent or in case of force majeure, to pay the amount representing the balance of 20% of industrial injury benefit to which an injured worker is entitled, calculated in accordance with the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act, and to pay the financing of such social plan for the benefit of workers as may be prescribed. Under this provision, the Workers' Rights Social Plan Income Support to Workers Regulation 2024 were made for income support to employees who were deprived of their wages from April 2024 to February 2025 as a consequence of having difficulties in accessing their workplaces due to infrastructural works being carried out along B103 road in the region of Chamarel. Moreover, Section 40 of the Workers' Rights Act, which applies to a worker earning up to 600,000 rupees annually, provides that the Workfare Program Fund shall hold an account known as the Wage Guarantee Fund account, the purpose of which is, firstly, to pay remuneration for not more than the last 3 months' wages as indemnity in lieu of the last 3 months of wages as indemnity in lieu of notice, and end of the year gratuity or bonus due to a worker up to an amount of 50,000 rupees where an enterprise is considered insolvent or in the case of force majeure. This payment is refundable to the Workfare Program Fund upon realization of assets of the enterprise. Secondly, the Wage Guarantee Fund account is also used to provide for unpaid contribution to the Portable Retirement Gratuity Fund. Madam Speaker, as far as the eligibility criteria is concerned, Section 84 of the Workers' Rights Act, which applies to all workers, irrespective of their salary, provides for the payment of transition and employment benefit where, first of all, a worker's employment contract is terminated by the employer for any reason, whether justified or not. B, where work has ceased for reasons of force majeure, death of the employer, or the company is removed from the register of the Companies Act. Or C, where no termination letter has been issued and the case is deemed to be bona fide. In addition, to be eligible for the payment of the transition and employment benefit, the worker's complaint must be registered within a period of 60 days following the termination of his employment, or after such period, provided that he shows cause certified by a medical certificate that he was admitted to a hospital or other medical institution, was on sick leave, or was bedridden during the specified period. The workers, another criteria for eligibility, the worker must reckon at least 180 days continuous employment, and in case of a part-time worker, he must have performed more than 24 hours work in a week. Public officers, person employed by a statutory body falling under the purview of any ministry or by a local authority, migrant workers, and non-citizens are not eligible for the payment of transition and employment benefits. The amount of transition and employment benefit payable to a worker is as follows: 90% of basic wages or salary for the first 3 months, 60% of the basic wage of salary from the 4th month to the 6th month, and 30% of basic wage or salary from the 7th month to the end of the 12th month. However, the maximum wage for calculating the transition and employment benefit is 28,750. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 84, subsection 7 of the Workers' Rights Act, the transition and employment benefit shall cease as from the end of the month in which the worker either becomes gainfully employed on a full-time basis for a period of at least 30 consecutive days, or reaches retirement age, or declines for the second time an offer for a job or training which is in accordance with his profile and qualification. Under Section 84, subsection 8 of the Workers' Rights Act, a worker who becomes gainfully employed has the obligation to notify the supervising officer of my ministry accordingly. Where a worker who is in gainful employment fails to notify the supervising officer, he shall commit an offense. If he continues to benefit from the transition and employment benefit after being gainfully employed, he should refund the transition and employment benefit received, failing which the refund constitute an offense. The failure to refund constitute an offense under Section 84(8)(c) of the Workers' Rights Act. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Section 123, subsection 2 of the Workers' Rights Act, such offence shall, on conviction, be liable to a fine not exceeding 25,000 rupees and to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years.
Yes?
I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. Can the Honourable Minister indicate how many applicants are currently awaiting disbursements of assistance under the Welfare Programme?
Madam Speaker, I don't have the number of pending cases, but what I can table is for each of the year 2022 until and for the period January 2026 to June 2026, the number of applications received, the number of applications disposed and the number of applications being processed at the level of the ministry.
You will be able to provide.
I will provide the additional information as how many is pending.
Of course. Is that right? Yes. Next question.
Yes, since we are concerned about unemployed people, is there any local recruitment first requirement before an employee is allowed to apply for foreign worker permits?
Yes, Madam Speaker. As I said, one of the eligibility criteria for this payment of transition unemployment benefit is that the employee, the worker, should not have refused twice a job offer which matches his qualification and experience. And therefore, every worker who benefits from this transition unemployment benefit has to register with the unemployment center, and he is offered on a priority basis, any job availability. And this is now a requirement before any employer recruit a foreign worker. He needs to go through the employment information center. He needs to give a first offer to people unemployed, including people receiving that unemployment transition benefit.
Yes. Good. Honourable First Member for Port-Louis North.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Question B, 986.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the National Social Inclusion Foundation and SIF that the Fortified Learning Environment, FLE, national program was introduced in the year 2020. The extended program tutors is one segment of the Fortified Learning Environment, FLE program, and its aim is to provide educational, psychosocial, and family support to secondary school students experiencing learning difficulties enroll on the former extended program, EP, now known as the Foundation Program for Literacy, Numeracy, and Skills, FPLNS. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed by the NSIF that there are 166 staff in Mauritius and 21 in Rodrigue who have been recruited under the FLE program on contract basis at various points in time in year 2023 and year 2024 for a duration of 5 years. Under the specific extended program tutors, there are presently 50 staff. The contract of 38 of the staff will terminate in 2028, and 13 other staff's contract of 5 years will terminate in 2029. Therefore, in view of what I've just highlighted, no contract is due to expire soon. This would be my reply to the first question, Madam Speaker. In regard to the second part of the question, the whole role of NSIF in regards to Fortified Learning Environment, FLE program, is being reassessed. Should the NSIF, which is the NGO funding agency arm of the state, be itself the provider of social programs such as FLE? This is the question under discussion right now. Should it not be the Ministry of Education or other institutions such as the National Empowerment Foundation? This is also under discussion. In any case, any change in policy will be discussed with all stakeholders, including the NSIF FLE employees, to ensure continuity of their employment and long-term program effectiveness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, one question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'ai bien compris la réponse du ministre qui est très claire. Néanmoins, j'aurais voulu poser une question. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourrait-il confirmer à la Chambre combien d'employés sont concernés par l'arrivée à terme de ces contrats? Le gouvernement ou la NSIF envisage-t-il d'offrir à ses employés un emploi permanent ou toute forme d'intégration durable au sein de la fonction publique d'un organisme para-étatique ou de la NSIF compte tenu de leurs 5 années de service continu? Merci.
As I've just stated, Madam Speaker, there are 166 staff in Mauritius and 21 staff in Rodrigue. For the specific program, in the question of the honorable member, there are 50 staff in the extended program tutors, and no contract is being expired now. They will be expired 2028 and 2029. So there is no issue on termination of contract now. Then we will have to discuss if there are kind of redeployment in any other institution. This will be discussed with the preservation on the acquired right. You can rest it on me. I'm an ex-trade unionist.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Second Member for Flap Bonacay. Yes.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, B987, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the junction of B24 Higginson Road and B111 Unité Branch Road has been identified by the Land Drainage Authority as a high-risk flood-prone area due to its low-lying topography and the convergence of significant upstream overland flows, resulting in recurrent flooding, debris accumulation, and disruptions to road users during heavy rainfall. Following detailed technical assessments, the LDA developed a comprehensive flood mitigation concept for the area, which was subsequently entrusted to the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited on 16 September 2024 for implementation. The proposal provides for a holistic solution comprising a retention basin, major culverts, and a system of swales designed to attenuate and safely convey stormwater up to the final discharge point, that is Rivière du Poste de Flac. The estimated cost of the overall solution is approximately 177 million rupees, excluding VAT. Madam Speaker, following consultations between my ministry and the LDA, it was agreed to proceed in phases, prioritizing immediate risk reduction works. Thereafter, following further consultations with the LDA, the Road Development Authority and the Traffic Management and the Road Safety Unit, the project design was refined to incorporate traffic safety improvements alongside flood mitigation, including the introduction of a roundabout at the junction. The first phase of the project will focus on critical interventions at the junction, namely the raising, realignment, and reprofiling of the B24, B111 junction, the construction of reinforced concrete culverts to improve hydraulic conveyance, and associated drainage and road safety works, including a three-legged roundabout, earth drains, and riprap protection. Madam Speaker, financial clearance of 49.42 million was sought and obtained from the Ministry of Finance for works, together with an additional sum of 3.81 million for consultancy services and land surveying. The procurement process has been completed. The Bid Evaluation Committee has recommended award to Transway Construction Company Limited for an amount of approximately 49.42 million exclusive of VAT. Award has been made on 6 July, today, 2026. Works are scheduled to start on 15 August 2026 with a contract duration of 364 calendar days. Works expected to be completed by 15 August 2027. Madam Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that in addition to the works to be undertaken by DICL, the earth swale component forming part of the continuous drainage channel, that is from the new RC culvert at the road junction up to the final discharge point, will be implemented on a cost-sharing basis separately by Alteo Limited over a stretch of 475 meters following technical coordination with DICL and the LDA. The detailed engineering drawings and specifications regarding the earth swales have already been transmitted to Alteo Limited. This component is intended to commence in coordination with the phase 1 works to ensure hydraulic continuity of the system up to the discharge point. Madam Speaker, as regards the remaining components of the overall flood mitigation solution, including the retention basin and additional upstream attenuation measures, These will be undertaken in subsequent phases while closely monitoring the effectiveness of phase one in the first instance.
Thank you, Honorable Bichuk. You're all right. Thank you. Now I think it's Honorable Second Member for Grand B Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B989.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that there is currently no proposed project for the development of a sport complex on the site of the former traffic center at Woodlands. The land, which is state land vested in the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart, covers an area of approximately 5,500 square meters. While the region already benefits from several outdoor sporting facilities, there is currently no dedicated indoor sport complex within the jurisdiction of the District Council. Madam Speaker, the development of an indoor and outdoor sports complex is a major capital investment. Such a project requires proper planning, technical studies, detailed design, and adequate financial resources. It must therefore be identified as a priority by the District Council and included in its capital investment program and budget estimates before government funding can be considered. In this regard, honourable members were invited to submit priority capital projects for their respective constituencies under the Government of India grant, with funding up to 23 million rupees per constituency. This provided an opportunity for the proposed sport complex to be considered in consultation with the District Council. Similarly, during the annual budget preparation exercise, all local authorities were invited to submit their priority capital projects together with the necessary cost estimate for consideration by my ministry and the Ministry of Finance. The honourable member could also have discussed this proposal with the chairperson and members of the District Council so that project could be considered among the Council's development priorities. Likewise, my ministry remains open to receiving proposals from the local authorities for projects of this nature. However, I am informed that no such proposal or request was submitted during the recent budget preparation exercise. Madam Speaker,
yes,
I wish to emphasize that successful local government projects are best achieved through close cooperation between the elected member and the local authority with my ministry. Parliamentary questions play an important role in ensuring accountability, but development projects are generally more effective when they are supported by proper consultation, planning, and prioritization before funding is sought. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of providing better sporting opportunities for the youth and residents of the region, I have requested the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart to carry out a needs assessment for the proposed indoor sports complex. If the assessment confirms the need, and if the District Council decides to proceed with the project, it may be considered during the next budget preparation exercise, subject to the submission of the necessary technical studies and cost estimate under a design and build procurement approach and the ability of funds and all requirement approvals. My ministry remains fully committed to working closely with the District Council and all stakeholders to support projects that promote community development, encourage youth participation in sports, and improve the quality of life of our citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
thank you. Yes, Honorable Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the Honourable Minister aware that the former traffic centre at Woodlands has become a place where residents have repeatedly reported illicit activities despite the cleaning of the premises recently by Maurice facilities and even by District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart? Can the Minister inform the House what is a short-term planning to prevent this type of situation?
Madam Speaker, as I said in my reply, that this type of project requires proper planning, technical studies, detailed design, and adequate financial resources. So I already explained very well, very clearly, when we have the budget estimates, we have to come up with this sort of capital projects and then with the council to give it on a priority. So now I have get the request, maybe next time we can prepare this capital project.
Yeah, but the kind of question that you're putting, Honourable Member, maybe doesn't necessarily concern the Minister, because you're raising an issue of problems that are cropping up at that place, right? Maybe you can come up with a question for some other ministry. think about it. You wanted a second question? Okay, good minister. All right. Now we have the honourable second member for Savannah Black River.
Madam Speaker, please, B990.
Madam Speaker, in my reply to parliamentary question B 1218 of 9 December 2025, in respect of the same subject matter, I had informed the House that a plot of land to the extent of 6,831 meters square, located at Bamboo, was vested to the District Council of Black River in July 2024 for the construction of a market fair at Bamboo. The Council had subsequently issued an expression of interest to appoint a professional architect to prepare the project brief along with the concept plan, employees' requirement and specification for the proposed new market fair. A primary report had been finalized in March 2025, and a quantity surveyor was to be appointed to prepare the primary cost estimate. However, on 15 January 2026, the District Council of Black River requested my ministry to seek the technical assistance of the Ministry of National Infrastructure to provide a technical team to supervise the design and implementation of the project to ensure that there is proper management of the project and to avoid any cost overrun. Subsequently, my ministry requested the MNI to examine the request for the Council and inform whether it is agreeable to provide technical assistance for the following. To review and validation of the project brief and cost estimates, preparation of detailed design and tender documentation, and supervision of works up to the completion of the project. So a reply is still awaiting from the MNI. Madam Speaker, in this financial year, an amount of 1 million rupees has been earmarked for the project so as to enable the technical team to prepare the drawings, cost estimate, and bidding documents. With regard to the project timeframe, it is expected, subject to the agreement with the MNI, that the drawing and cost estimate would be ready by end of this year, following which financial clearance would be sought by my ministry. Thus, upon receipt of the financial clearance, bid would be invited through the Central Procurement Board, and the successful bidder would be allocated approximately 18 months to complete the construction of the new market fair at Bamboo. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, I am informed by the District Council of Black River that the project will include amenities such as a store for vegetable section, meat, fish section, food court, toilet blocks. It would also accommodate a multi-purpose hall on the first floor. It is to be noted that consultation will be held with the members of National Assembly and the councillors for the implementation of the project, and the honourable member will have the opportunity to make proposal accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You're okay, Honourable Jagannath? Yes. Honourable second member for Maibo,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B991.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that 6 buses, 2 buses of the NTC and 4 individual buses are currently licensed to operate along route number 137, extending from Karo Acacia to Cupid. With regard to part A of the question, I am informed that no formal written complaint has been registered with the NLTA in respect of bus services along that route. However, a few verbal representations were received during inspections carried out by the NLTA on 27 February and 2nd of March 2026. These representations relate mainly to irregularity of bus services and non-compliance with the approved timetable. It was also observed that 2 of the individual bus operators were not complying with the timetable, and additionally, the frequency of operation was not aligned with the demand for services. Madam Speaker, the problem is a systemic one and can only be resolved with the help of technology, and that is why I, myself, and officers of my ministry have relentlessly worked on this problem, which has been going on island-wide for over 2 decades. Indeed, government has been apprised during cabinet meeting of last Friday, that is 3rd of July 2026, in the context of the progress of the implementation of the digital transformation blueprint 2025-2029 on the achievement of my ministry on the implementation of the fleet management system and other technology-related projects like the cashless ticketing, the online payment of fines and digital driving licenses, renewal of motor vehicle licenses, and even a mobile app for parking system. Like I always say, digitalization, c'est le grand chantier de mon ministère. The bid evaluation exercise for the fleet management system has been completed, and the successful bidder, a consortium led by State Informatics Limited, was notified on 5th of June 2026 with a formal letter. However, a challenge has been unfortunately been lodged with the independent review panel by an unsuccessful bidder, which is the legitimate right of any bidder. We hope this issue will be sorted out expeditiously and that the system will be fully operational by next year, as it seeks to bring monumental improvements to the bus service levels in terms of bus frequency and passenger information in the interest of 450,000 daily public commuters. With GPS technology, while GPS technology is available since decades in many countries, it is only now that Mauritius will finally introduce this technology in the entire bus fleet. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that a revised timetable was introduced on a trial basis, taking into consideration the new demand patterns in the region, following the closure of the sugar factory at Mont-Désert-Montresor, which entailed the relocation of several inhabitants to the new VRS Morcellement. The revised timetable is in place since 27 April 2026 and is still prevalent. The bus operation along the route will continue to be monitored and adjustment will be made to the frequency of the bus services to better respond to the travel needs of the public. To end, Madam Speaker, I am informed that subsidy deductions have been effected for days where services have not been provided for by any operator, and that an inquiry is also currently underway for disciplinary action to be initiated against those operators not abiding by the requirements of their timetable. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. Yes, Honorable Apollon is happy. It seems to me that some people, some members, are feeling very hurt. Yes. But I'm not. Mind you, when I get very cold, you don't know. So maybe somebody will tell the technicians to do something about it. It's not equal everywhere. Ça va, toi? Froid? Chaud? No, allez, shoot. We will do what we can, okay? Try and make it. Wait. Moi, j'ai pas chaud. Bon. Alors, I have to advise you. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. Members, Honorable Minister, I'm trying to speak. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B992, B993, B1008. Okay? Now we will proceed. We got some more time. We'll call, therefore, Honorable First Member for Port-Louis North again. Yes. B994.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B994. Yes.
Speaker, with your permission, I wish first of all to convey my sincere condolences to the family of late Mr. G and T. This is a very sad case. Out of respect for the deceased and for his family, I do not propose at this stage to delve into the painful circumstances of the deceased during his last days, nor into the circumstances which led to delays in the handing over of the body to the relative. However, should supplementary questions specifically require that those details be made public, I will provide the relevant information to the House. Madam Speaker, I wish to state clearly that on the information available to me, the delay in handing over the body to the relative did not arise from shortcomings on the part of the Ministry of Health and Wellness or from the hospital mortuary services. The circumstances involve identification and related administrative processes outside the ordinary situation where a body of a patient who dies in hospital is promptly claimed and handed over to the family. Madam Speaker, with regard to the alleged incident at the time of handing over of the corpse, I'm informed that there was a verbal complaint from the sister of the deceased regarding a problem of order. I wish to place the technical facts before the House with clarity. Hospital mortuaries are designed primarily for the short-term storage of bodies of patients who pass away in hospitals and whose bodies are normally handed over to relatives within a relatively short period, generally within 24 hours to a few days, and exceptionally up to around 1 week in ordinary circumstances. In our hospital mortuaries, bodies are stored at temperatures of around 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. International guidance is consistent with this practice. Ordinary refrigerated mortuary storage is around 4 degrees Celsius, while freezer storage for long-term storage is around -20 degrees Celsius. It would, however, be scientifically incorrect and misleading to state that a body can be kept at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius for a fixed period without any risk of odor. Refrigeration slows decomposition. It does not stop decomposition. The appearance of odor depends on several factors, including the condition of the body at the time of death, the time elapsed before refrigeration, body habitus, infection, injuries, the presence of fluids, body bagging, handling conditions, and the duration of storage. The important point is that ordinary positive temperature mortuary refrigeration at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius is for short-term storage. International practice indicates that storage extending beyond about 21 to 30 days is no longer ordinary short-term mortuary storage. Authoritative guidance recommends that after about 30 days in refrigerated storage, a body should be moved to frozen storage if it is not soon to be released or further examined, and earlier if the condition of the body so requires. For prolonged storage, the appropriate facility is therefore not ordinary 2 to 4 degrees Celsius refrigeration. It is freezer storage with an operating temperature around -20 degrees Celsius and with appropriate sealed, leak-resistant body bags and regular condition checks. Even then, freezing very substantially reduces decomposition and odor. It does not provide an absolute guarantee that no odor will ever occur, particularly when a body is subsequently moved, handled, solved, or released after prolonged storage. In other words, Madam Speaker, the complaint regarding odor must be understood in its proper technical context. It is not evidence by itself of neglect by mortuary staff. It is a known consequence that may occur when a body is kept for a prolonged period in ordinary refrigerated mortuary conditions, which are not designed for long-term preservation. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that no separate departmental inquiry had been initiated by the Ministry, as there was no written complaint submitted to the Ministry, and the technical explanation for the verbal complaint was known. This doesn't prevent any competent authority from taking any action within its own remit should new facts or a formal complaint be submitted. I'm informed that the police has already started an inquiry into the case, and inquiry is still ongoing. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, there is a protocol in place regarding the handing over of corpses to the families of deceased persons in hospital mortuaries. The relatives willing to take the deceased for burial are required to produce their identity card and death certificate. Thereafter, the corpse of the deceased is handed over to the relatives along with a death certificate specifying cause of death in 3 copies. The relatives of the deceased can then proceed to the single point office or civil status office to declare their death and apply for burial permit thereat in case of burial, or the single point office or civil service status office and district health office to declare the death and apply for the cremation permit. Madam Speaker, in the event the relatives are unwilling to take the deceased for burial, a written testimony is sought from the relative refusing to take the deceased corpse. Thereafter, the corpse is sent to the mortuary until further procedure, by social medical worker and health officer completed for burial in accordance with established protocol. Madam Speaker, there are around 100 corpses lying in the mortuary of our public hospitals. In reply to parliamentary question B/42 of 17th March 2026, I informed the House that a new mortuary chamber was being installed at Dr. AGG2 Hospital. I'm glad to inform that the equipment is being installed and is expected to become operational in the days to come.
Yes, your first.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ce qui s'est passé est très grave. L'honorable ministre peut-il informer la Chambre comment une telle erreur ait pu se produire et s'il y a eu enquête ou sanction administrative à ce sujet et qui sont les responsables pour l'instant? Merci.
Being given, I had mentioned that this is such a delicate issue, I didn't want to comment on that. But being given the question has been asked, I'm duty bound to inform the House what has been the situation. There had been no case of negligence, Madam Speaker. On 8th October 2025, the victim was conveyed to Victoria Hospital by an ambulance. He was admitted there on 8th October 2025. On 17th October, he passed away. No relative paid him any visit. Completely unknown, he passed away. Autopsy was carried out by the police medical officer the same day, and the body was transferred to the New Flag Hospital, that is known by Saj Hospital, because in Victoria Hospital, there was no place for corpses. After investigation, the police received information that this victim, he was a resident of Saint-Jean, Abri des Nuits. Police was able to find out. Abri des Nuits was requested to identify the body, and Abri des Nuits was unable to confirm the identity in the beginning. And according to Police Criminal Record Office, the prints were lifted from the deceased, and it was known it was one of Mr. GNAPT. According to information provided by the police, Abri des Nuits, after identification, agreed to assist the family with the funeral rites. The death was registered in their office as Rosil civil status for proposed burial at Romamel Cemetery. These informations have been available to me from police record. The burial could not be carried out because no family was identified. And then the Abri des Nuits refused to conduct the burial. The burial could not be carried out. So January 2026, the body was still laying in Flag. In 2026, Abri des Nuits contacted the police to inform January 2026 that one Mrs. MSAL presented herself as sister of GNAPT, and she had phoned to complain that her brother had been buried without her knowledge. That was in January. The date had not been mentioned. January, Abri des Nuits contacted the police to inform that one Mrs. MSAL has presented herself as a sister and had phoned to complain that her brother had been buried without her knowledge. The police requested Abri des Nuits to inform that lady to contact Rosil police station. That was in January. From January till 24th June, no news of that lady.
We're talking of this year.
Of this year.
Yes.
From January to June, no news. In January, she had appeared once through telephone. She was requested to contact the police. According to police information, there was no contact. Then on 24th June, 2026, the sister contacted Abri des Nuits once again, and she was informed that funeral had not been carried out. She was requested to contact the police. The following day, I think she contacted the police. Police informed her that the corpse of her brother was in the mortuary of Flag Hospital. She phoned the police on 24th June, the same day. The following day, she was accompanied by the police to mortuary of New Flag Hospital for identification purpose. The police was informed that the corpse had been transferred to the old Flag Hospital, that is Bruno Chong Hospital, as a mortuary at the New Flag Hospital was undergoing servicing. Then that lady identified the body of her brother by a tattoo mark on the chest. Then, during identification process, the lady made a verbal complaint that the body of her late brother had started to decompose. Now, as I have already mentioned, refrigeration doesn't stop decomposition, explosive. A body kept in a mortuary for a prolonged period may have putrefactive changes. Smell can result from volatile compounds produced during putrefaction. The body was handed on 27 June 2026 and burial permit was issued to her at Pododo Cemetery. That is the information which was made available to me by the police.
Okay, next question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Dans cette histoire, il y a différents sons de cloche. Je ne suis pas convaincue par la réponse.
Question, I said.
Oui, maintenant, je pose ma question.
Non, mais avant, vous n'avez pas posé votre question.
Mais maintenant, je pose.
Vous avez fait des commentaires.
OK.
C'est
Comme
extrêmement
tout le monde
délicat.
d'ailleurs ici, Madame l'honorable ministre est-il au courant d'allégations de trafic de cadavres dans les hôpitaux et que peut-il dire à ce sujet? Merci.
I'm sorry. I don't have any news about it. And you know all the bodies. Just imagine, Madam Speaker, we are not the guardian of bodies. The police, they don't have any mortuary place to keep bodies. We have got almost 100 bodies in our hospitals. And all these bodies are kept properly. As I told you, the more you delay in taking out the bodies, the more problems we do get. But there has never been any such case which has been reported, at least so far we are in power, for the last 1.5 years. And so that's why I would say there hasn't been any such case.
Okay. One last. Yes.
The minister is saying that he's not the guardian of the bodies. Mais à l'hôpital de Brown-Séquoia, où j'ai été rendre visite l'année dernière, le personnel qui travaille...
Comment il va répondre à cette question?
Non, madame, il est en train de dire qu'il n'est pas le gardien des corps qui se retrouvent dans les morgues, dans les hôpitaux. Moi, je pose une question. Comment est-ce que le personnel hospitalier qui travaille à effectif réduit, comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent surveiller les gens malades et en même temps surveiller les corps qui sont dans la mort?
Madam Speaker, everybody knows what was the condition of the country and my ministry when we took over. I don't deny the fact that we have got
Minister,
a lack of
maybe when you say we're not the guardian of bodies, maybe you should be more specific because it gives an impression.
I want just to say that this responsibility has been entrusted upon us, but we are looking after them. We are doing whatever is possible. I have just mentioned one new mortuary is under completion, and that will also help us, enable us to keep additional bodies. But the question of keeping bodies for long, we have bodies which are there lying for years, and that becomes a big burden for us. Now, at the same time, it's the responsibility of the police. We have made a request to the police, and I do hope they are looking into the possibility of getting away with those bodies, and of course, according to the proper procedures.
Okay. We will come back one day on these issues, very important issues. Let's get back. It was very sad. Let's get back. Now, I'm calling on Dr. Amir.
B995, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that my ministry appointed Vyas Consulting Engineer Limited on 21st June 2018 to undertake the design and supervision of the proposed project construction of flood protection works along Ruisseau du Pouce at Cité Nazareth, Franc-Bar. The consultant submitted the preliminary design report on 25th July 2018 and the detailed design report on 17 October 2018. Prior to proceeding with implementation, the necessary reliefs and clearances had to be sought from the relevant stakeholders. At that point in time, the authority of the Supreme Court also had to be sought to carry out work along rivers and canals. Exemption was provided only in the Finance Miscellaneous Provision Act 2021 in the year 2021. Madam Speaker, my ministry thereafter launched a procurement exercise on 25th March 2022. However, the bidding exercise was non-conclusive as prices quoted were significantly above the cost estimates. A second procurement exercise was again launched on 27 June 2022, which was also non-conclusive as bids were not technically responsive. Madam Speaker, following a prioritization exercise, the LDA, by way of a letter dated 1st June 2023, conveyed the implementation of the project to the DICL. The approved project value for the works component was
109 million inclusive of VAT, based on cost estimates prepared in 2022. The scope of works comprised the construction of approximately 400 meters of masonry and gabion flood walls on both sides of Ruisseau du Pouce, concrete lining of the riverbed of approximately 400 meters, desilting works of approximately 125 meters, and installation of handrails and other ancillary site works. Accordingly, the DICL appointed Lux Consult Limited to prepare the bidding documents and to supervise the implementation of the works. A first bidding exercise was initiated by DICL in December 2023, but the bids received were non-responsive. Another bidding exercise was launched by DICL on 17 April 2024. However, the lowest responsive bid exceeded the approved project value by more than 65%. Madam Speaker, negotiations were subsequently held with the lowest responsive bidder on 2nd September 2024, resulting in a reduction of the quoted price. Nevertheless, the negotiated bid still remains significantly above the revised engineer's estimate. The DICL therefore requested the Ministry of Finance to revise the approved project value from 109 million to 179.63 million inclusive of VAT. Pending a decision on the request for financial clearance, a bid validity period was extended 2 times, up to 30 June 2025. However, on 23rd June 2025, the Ministry of Finance advised that the bidding exercise be cancelled. Consequently, the bidding exercise was cancelled and the project was put in abeyance as no additional funds were made available for the revised project value in the previous 2025-2026 budget. Madam Speaker, in addition, Lux Consult Limited reported that successive heavy rainfall events, including the effects of Cyclone Bilal, had significantly altered the site conditions and recommended that the original design concept of Vyas Consulting Engineer Limited, dated 2018, be reviewed to incorporate enhanced flood protection measures. Given that the scope of Lux Consult Limited appointment under the DICL contract did not include design services, while on the other hand, the National Development Unit of my ministry already had an ongoing contract with Lux Consult Limited to carry out a policy study along with this, the DICL requested the EU to instruct the consultant to finalize and extract the design for Nazareth site and submit the completed design to the DICL for implementation. Madam Speaker, as a study currently being undertaken by the NGO consultant along the entire is still at the preliminary design stage, following the request from the DICL, the NGO requested its consultant on 29 May 2026 to carry out a cost-benefit analysis comparing the implementation of the proposed flood protection works against the relocation of the affected inhabitants and to identify feasible alternative solutions. The consultant has submitted a report on 2nd July 2026, informing inter alia that, first, the estimated number of houses which are concerned with relocation is in the order of 125. The cost of the initial scope of works at Cité Nazareth is now estimated at around 319 million. Third, the recent preliminary design report recommends that the phasing out of work should rather start from the downstream and progressively advance upstream towards Nazareth to ensure that there is no worsening of existing flooding conditions and that the hydraulic benefits of each completed section can be effectively conveyed through the downstream drainage network. Madam Speaker, given the complexity and sensitivity of the matter, including the social, legal, and financial aspect involved, my ministry is currently examining the consultant's report to identify the best course of action. Meanwhile, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center will be requested to remain on standby at the location during periods of heavy rainfall.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Une réponse très technique, très complexe, très difficile à assimiler pour les gens qui souffrent tous les jours. J'apprécie, je dois poser une question. Puis-je demander au ministre whether urgent consideration will be given to the construction by whether DICL, Le Consulting, YAS Consulting, for the construction of a retaining wall, even on a temporary basis, adjacent to 1 to 4 houses where lives of people matter and could be lost in the next torrential rains that could affect our summer period, given that particularly one particular person, Mr. JL, whose house has been completely eroded from below, before we embark, and to concern all of us, before we embark on mega projects such as M4 or the Harbour Bridge. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I fully understand the concern of my good friend, the honourable member, because myself, we met on a few occasions on the Nazareth. It's not so simple. At a point in time, we thought that there were only 5 or 7 people that we have to relocate if we don't want to do, because it's quite a complex job that has to be done. But unfortunately, the consultant has provided a report. Now the relocation concerns 125 persons. We were even thinking about at a point in time to dig what we call a pond, a basin in that region. But that also, according to consultants, it will not work. So we have now to sit down, probably with the honourable member. I'll give you a copy of the report. Probably we study together with the members of the constituency, and we can find out, because we don't, it's public money. We don't want just to put a wall and tomorrow you get the flooding and it does not work at all. So we'll have to, if the consultant, the engineers, the professionals have submitted a report, let's study the report and together we decide on the way forward.
Yes, carry on.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. One very last question for my honourable friend and my 2 friend ministers sitting at his back, who are also MLAs of my constituency. May I ask the honourable minister if he could use his goodwill so that we can have a meeting on site with the residents and give them a decent, easy explanation of what is being done for them. Thank you.
Un langage qu'ils comprennent.
Obviously, but I'll suggest to my friend that first we meet the 3 MPs of the constituency. I'll hand over a copy of the report to you. You study it. We meet in the office. Then we fix a date to go to meet the people.
Okay.
No objection at all.
Thank you, Minister. Second member for Granby Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B996.
Madam Speaker, the Rocheterre Government School is located in the vicinity of the Grand Gobe Coastal Road B14. This road is approximately 6 meters wide and passes through a densely built-up area. I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that pedestrian footpaths have already been constructed wherever feasible, over a length of approximately 500 meters along the side of the school, that is on the left-hand side when traveling towards Grand Gobe from the Sri Ram Krishna Mandir to the Rocheterre Government School. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that along the existing pedestrian footpath, there are handrails over the majority part of it. I've asked the RDA to consider the possibility of fixing handrails along the remaining footpath. I am also informed that there is no road reserve in this specific area. As such, it is not feasible to extend the footpath further towards Grand Gobe. The available road corridor is constrained by ancillary structures, including extensions of buildings and other structures supported by boundary walls, which extend close to the edge of the road and limit the space available for the construction of additional pedestrian walkways. This situation makes it difficult to have recourse to land acquisition. Madam Speaker, in view of these constraints, the RDA will carry out a joint site visit with the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit and the police by mid-July 2026 to identify appropriate road safety measures that may be implemented to enhance pedestrian safety in the area.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable First Member for Vacqua-Floréal.
B 997. Ligne Sauvé.
He said he didn't want. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ah, Minister is not here. It's all right, we'll wait for you. Il se fait désirer. Okay. So I'll call again Honorable First Member for Vacqua-Floréal.
B 997.
You convey my apologies to you, Madam, and to the Honourable
Accepted.
Member. Thank you very much. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute that as per figures available, the 2025 potato crop harvest was considered to have been satisfactory. The House may wish to note that in 2025, local potato production reached 50,040 tons from a total cultivated area of 682.4 hectares, with an average yield of 22 tons per hectare, compared to the 10-year average yield of 21.6 tons per hectare. Over the last 10 years, 2014 to 2024, the average annual potato production stood at approximately 15,460 tons. These figures demonstrate that national potato production in 2025 remained broadly in line with historical performance, notwithstanding the occurrence of localized crop failure in certain regions during the second potato planting season 2025.
Yes. On n'entend pas, on n'entend pas.
Je pense qu'on vous a
Non,
donné...
le ministre n'a pas fini.
Oui, je sais, mais je pense qu'on lui a donné la mauvaise réponse parce que ma question concerne précisément, vous pouvez voir, ma question concerne précisément les potato seeds provided by the AMB, but he is talking about the potato production. It's not the same.
Let him finish,
Please.
then you can come back.
If I can advise the Honourable Member to hold her horse, I'm coming. There's no need to rush. Please, all right. No, all right, all right.
No, you've still got a bit of time. Come on.
Okay.
Do-
all right.
Try and be
Yes.
precise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, okay, I'll come straight to what. Now, I'm informed that 73 potato planters were affected in specific regions. The extent of the damage varied from slight to severe, depending on the individual plantations. Overall, the production loss in the affected areas represented approximately 10% of national potato production. I'm further informed that FARI, through its Extension Service, carried out extensive field visits to determine the causes of the crop failure and provided appropriate technical advice to the affected potato planters. I'm additionally informed that FARI conducted 22 pest and disease surveys in the affected area regions as part of its technical assessment. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a copy of the assessment report prepared by FARI for the benefit of the House. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, by AMB that several corrective measures have already been implemented for the campaign 2026, namely, 1, the importation of elite seed potato instead of Class A seed potatoes. 2, sourcing seed potatoes exclusively from internationally recognized and reputable suppliers in France and in Netherlands. 3, strengthening phytosanitary import requirements to ensure higher quality seed potatoes. 4, implementing a joint inspection mechanism involving the National Plant Protection Office and FARI at both importation and field levels. 5, appointing an independent international seed potato surveyor to inspect consignments at origin prior to shipment. 6, requiring suppliers to carry out seed treatment before shipment. 7, improving cold chain management to preserve seed quality throughout transportation, shortage, and distribution. 8, strengthening the traceability of seed potatoes from importation to plantation. I can also inform the House that following necessary financial clearance obtained before the close of financial year 2025-2026, a comprehensive package of support has been put in place for the affected potato planters under campaign 2025, as well as potato planters for campaign 2026, so as to strengthen agricultural production during financial year 2026-2027. This comprises measures financed by my ministry, as well as additional financial assistance provided by AMB. In this respect, my ministry has identified savings of 14.5 million from its voted budget for financial year 25-26 to be deployed as financial assistance to top up the floor price payable to potato and onion planters under campaign 2025. This measure is being implemented through AMB. Now, in order to ensure fair and adequate support to the potato planters for campaign 2025, AMB will accordingly proceed to top up by 7,000 per ton for grade 1 potatoes and by 3,000 rupees for mixed grade potatoes. Previously, in 2025, AMB paid an interim floor price for potatoes of 35,000 rupees per ton for grade 1 potatoes and 33,000 rupees per ton for mixed grade. Madam Speaker, in addition, I'm informed by AMB that as regard crop failure affecting potato planters under campaign 2025, 47 satisfied the eligibility criteria for the reimbursement of cost of seeds. These criteria required that the seed potatoes had been purchased directly from AMB and planted within 21 days of purchase. Second, a further 17 planters did not initially qualify because they planted the seeds beyond the recommended 21-day period. Nevertheless, in view of the legitimate representations made and on humanitarian ground, I requested AMB to develop an appropriate support package for those 17 affected potato planters. The remaining 9 planters were not eligible because they had neither purchased their seeds from AMB nor had planted them well outside the recommended planting season. To date, an amount of 3.13 million rupees has already been disbursed by AMB and reimbursement for seed losses, while a further 174,000 rupees is currently being processed by AMB. Madam Speaker, together with MP from the constituencies of 13 and 16, I had a meeting on the 6th of July 2026 with affected potato planters of the campaign 2025 at the head of AMB office, during which I announced that a payment amounting to 85,000 rupees per hopper will be provided directly by AMB to the 64 affected planters to assist them in meeting part of the production costs. This gesture of goodwill will amount to approximately 13.7 million rupees and will be financed directly by AMB on an exceptional one-off basis. It will constitute full and final payment in respect of this matter. This financial support provided by the AMB is in line with the government's objective of supporting local agricultural production. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by AMB that notwithstanding the prevailing limited fiscal space, a series of accompanying measures has been developed as summarized below. A, for campaign 2026, for all potato growers, 76,200 rupees per hopper, that is the 75% subsidy on seed potatoes. B, for campaign 2025, for all potato growers with financial assistance to top up floor price payment, 56,000 rupees per hopper for grade 1 potatoes and 24,000 rupees per hopper for mixed grade potatoes. 3, for campaign 2025, for affected potato growers only, 25,400 rupees per hopper
reimbursed by AMB on the cost of seed potatoes. And of course, the cherry on the cake for campaign 2025 for affected growers only 85,000 rupees per hour. Madam Speaker, this therefore represents a fair, adequate and substantial package of government support. It is intended not only to provide meaningful relief to the affected planters, but also to restore confidence among potato planters, safeguard domestic potato production, and further strengthen our national food security.
Thank you. Yes.
L'honorable ministre considère comme faire la compensation proposée, mais il est bien au courant que les planteurs qui ont assisté à la réunion hier ne sont pas du tout satisfaits. Donc, par rapport à la compensation proposée pour le coût de production des pommes de terre, est-ce que le ministre pourrait expliquer à la Chambre la méthode de calcul utilisée? Comment est-ce que son ministère est arrivé à proposer une compensation pour le coût de production de pommes de terre, une compensation de 50 000 roupies par arpent, puis de 85 000 roupies par arpent, alors que les planteurs et la farée elle-même estiment à plus de 200 000 roupies par arpent le coût de production des pommes de terre? Comment est-ce qu'il est arrivé à ce calcul? Et est-ce qu'il trouve cela vraiment faire à la lumière de ces chiffres?
Madam Speaker, even the most beautiful person cannot give what she doesn't have or he doesn't have. Now, in the light of complaints registered by planters, as a responsible government, we have leveled up to our responsibility and to meet the needs of planters to a large extent. In relation as to how it was calculated by the best of human resources who are in daily touch with the planters. You know, I know planters as much as probably you don't know, right? But I can tell you, they're very emotional. Hold on a minute, please, hold your horse. They are emotional, but they would come to better terms. And we have had good interactive meetings. All our friends from the different constituencies were relatively happy in relation to what we have offered. Of course, if we can give a better, we can make a better disbursement, so much it will be done.
Okay. Oui.
Pourrait-il éclairer la Chambre? D'abord, permettez-moi de regretter à chaque fois cette même arrogance. La dernière fois quand j'ai abordé ce sujet-là, c'était la même chose. Ce n'est pas pour moi que je parle pour les planteurs. Je ne suis pas là pour m'amuser. Pourrait-il éclairer la Chambre sur la quantité de semences défectueuses qui sont concernées? Quel est le montant total des pertes encourues par l'AMB? Et est-ce que ce montant a été réclamé aux fournisseurs des semences défectueuses, comme le ministre lui-même l'a envisagé sur sa page Facebook?
Yes. Certainly, to some extent, it can be done, okay? But you will not get the total loss. Now, I will impress upon the honourable member that we are in touch. All the members from different constituencies are in touch with the members of the planting community. Being in touch with members of the planting community is not the privilege of one or of a few. It's the privilege of one and all, and we are doing our level best to respond to the needs of planters.
That is enough. That's it, mademoiselle. Honorable. On ne peut pas obliger, s'il ne veut pas répondre, ça va être dans le public, c'est tout. Je ne peux pas l'obliger à dire plus que ça. Allez, dernière question.
Je regrette quand même qu'on n'ait pas eu de montant ni de chiffres. Est-ce que le ministre peut confirmer qu'il existe depuis 2023 un rapport de la farée qui avait déjà signifié les mauvaises conditions de stockage des semences et pourquoi rien n'a été fait jusqu'ici suite à la publication de ce rapport?
This is an issue which is being addressed in a very forceful and meaningful manner by agricultural marketing. But I would advise you to read carefully all the measures which are being dispensed to members of the planting community.
Ça suffit, mademoiselle. Honourable member, please. Let me proceed. We've got perhaps one more question to go. Okay? Honourable second member for Maïbou Plaine-Magnan, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B998.
Madame la Présidente, je suis informé que la Banque de développement de Maurice, la DBM, administre depuis juillet 2024 le programme de subvention destiné à encourager l'installation des systèmes de récupération des eaux de pluie. Dans ce cadre, les ménages dont les revenus mensuels est inférieur à 60 000 roupies peuvent bénéficier d'une aide financière de 10 000 roupies pour l'acquisition d'un tel système. Madame la Présidente, s'agissant de la partie A de la question, je suis informé que depuis mars 2025 à ce jour, l'ADBM a reçu 407 demandes, dont 188 ont déjà bénéficié de cette subvention. Conscient de l'importance de renforcer la résilience hydrique des ménages face aux défis liés au changement climatique, le gouvernement, mon ministère, a prévu une enveloppe de 30 millions de roupies dans le budget 2026-2027 afin d'assurer la poursuite de ce programme. Les demandes éligibles qui n'avaient pu être traitées lors du précédent exercice financier seront ainsi examinées. La poursuite du programme demeurera toutefois tributaire de la disponibilité de ressources financières. Madame la Présidente, en réponse à la partie B de la question, je tiens à souligner que ce programme vise avant tout à permettre aux ménages à faible revenu d'améliorer leur sécurité d'approvisionnement en eau grâce à un soutien concret de l'État. J'ajouterai que le gouvernement a également renforcé son soutien en accordant une subvention de 15 000 roupies aux ménages éligibles dont le revenu mensuel est inférieur à 60 000 roupies pour l'acquisition d'une citerne et d'une pompe à eau. Cette mesure vient compléter notre stratégie visant à promouvoir une meilleure gestion des ressources en eau et à renforcer la capacité des familles mauriciennes à faire face aux périodes de sécheresse. Madame la Présidente, à ce stade, il n'est pas envisagé d'étendre ce programme aux bâtiments commerciaux. J'y crois pas vraiment personnellement. Toutefois, le gouvernement encourage vivement les propriétaires des bâtiments commerciaux à investir dans leur propre système de récupération des eaux de pluie pour les usages non potables. Une telle démarche s'inscrit pleinement dans notre vision d'une gestion plus responsable, durable et efficiente de cette ressource précieuse qu'est l'eau.
Yes, okay. Well, I can have another question. Yes, Lucky.
Madame la Présidente, question B 999.
Thank you very much. I thank the Honourable First Member for Portus North and Mortalonto for this question. Madam Speaker, government policy regarding pig breeding industry is to have a modernized, resilient and sustainable pig breeding sector that prioritizes strict biosecurity, public health and environmental protection and management. Although pig breeding contributes to food security and income generation, the sector faces structural, sanitary, environmental and economic challenges as well as regulatory issues that threaten its long-term viability. Pig breeding at Saint-Martin comprises of two phases. At the phase one, approximately 4.22 hectares of state land are leased since 1986 by the Ministry of Housing lands to the Mauritius Pig Marketing Cooperative Federation, and around 43 breeders currently operate on the site with an estimated pig population of 3,790 heads. As regards phase two, it accommodates approximately 10,905 pigs for 152 farmers. In fact, the site was initially designed for 88 pig houses, each with a capacity of 75 to 100 pigs over 25 acres of state land for which the EIA license was granted. However, during the past few years, operations have expanded beyond the scope of the EIA to cover 205 plots within 25 acres to cater for additional pig breeding activities. Madam Speaker, waste management remains the most pressing issue in pig breeding, particularly at Saint-Martin Phase 2, where there's no pig waste treatment facility and drainage system for pig waste. Breeders dispose of pig waste on site through pits that often overflow. With a view to addressing the challenges being faced in the pig breeding sector, an interministerial committee has been set up on the 20th of February 2026, chaired by Honorable Shakil Mohammed, comprising my ministry, Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, and 2 meetings have been held on 5th March and 4th June 2026. Madam Speaker, in my reply to parliamentary question B/893 on 2nd June 2026, I stated that an expression of interest for the collection of pig waste and its transformation into energy was launched by my ministry, wherein 2 companies showed interest. One of them proposed that treatment of pig waste could be undertaken in-house at its water treatment plant. After evaluation of the 2 proposals, the ministry is currently working on the scope of work for the launching of an open advertised bidding. Honorable Fabrice David, Junior Minister of the Ministry, has been delegated to chair a technical committee on the conversion of pig waste to energy, and a first committee was held on the 23rd of March 2026. A site visit was held on the 1st July 2026 at the Énergie des Mascareins regarding its waste to energy conversion plant, and a further meeting was held on the 2nd of July 2026 to discuss the feasibility of the project. In addition, at the Interministerial Committee, it was agreed that the Minister of Health and Wellness would amend the Public Health Act to regulate the use of swill feed for the upgrading of the quality of meat in consultation with all relevant stakeholders. It was also agreed that the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change would work on amendments to the Environment Act 2024 regarding number of pigs required for preliminary environment application. Madam Speaker, for financial year 2026-2027, 10 million rupees have been provided to cater for cleaning of the waste treatment system at Saint-Martin Phase 2 and cleaning and rehabilitation of stormwater drain at Saint-Martin Phase 2. In addition, a task force has been set by the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Fisheries and Blue Economy to address inter alia. 1, advise on the development of sustainable pig breeding sector. 2, develop a comprehensive policy on pig waste management. And 3, formulate a policy on pig feed. In addition, I effected a site visit on Wednesday, 1st July 2026, in the presence of officers of the ministry and the pig breeders to take stock of the current situation thereat, wherein pig breeders were invited to collaborate with the authorities in order to address the various issues. A meeting will be held in 2 weeks' time with the breeders to follow up on the developments in relation to this specific matter. Madam Speaker, Mauritius being a service-based economy where tourism plays a significant role, it is important that there is a proper management of pig waste to prevent environmental degradation, river pollution, and address various safe security concerns. Therefore, the Division of Veterinary Services has been requested to work out the optimum number of pigs that is required for the population. Thereafter, the number of pig breeders will be limited accordingly, and they may be requested to diversify into other breeding activities. Furthermore, application for new permits is not being granted for pig breeding for the time being. And as from tomorrow, there will be a team, going to go on Opération Nettoyage in Saint-Martin.
Very good. This is the last question.
Only 1 or 2?
You put your one first. Let's see.
Okay.
Put your question.
OK. L'honorable ministre peut-il dire qu'avec 1,4 million de touristes par an, l'industrie porcine mérite de meilleures considérations et qu'il faut une assise sur l'avenir de ce secteur à Maurice, monsieur?
Il vient de répondre.
I totally subscribe to what the honorable lady has said. In fact, I would invite inputs from her, and within the next 2 weeks, the Deputy PM also will attend that meeting. We'll have a good interactive session with our friends from the pig breeding community, and you are most welcome to join us.
Okay, we will end here. We're already late. Now, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B 1013, 1016, 1002, 1005, 1007, 1003, 1004, 1015, and 1011. Is that correct?
Motion.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Who's seconding? Yes, Honourable Minister, thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Yes, Minister. Not too long, if you can.
It's very comprehensive, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement with respect to the Rivière du Rempart market project. The House would recall that on 24th March 2026, I had provided a comprehensive reply to parliamentary question B 136 from the Honourable Prayag on the same subject matter. Madam Speaker, the Rivière du Rempart market project was awarded to Alpha Mix Limited in February 2003 at a cost of 51,049,711 rupees, inclusive of VAT for its implementation in 3 phases as follows. Phase 1, construction of market at ground floor at a cost of 21,665,046 rupees. And phase 2, extension works at ground floor at a cost of 7,813,046 rupees. And phase 3, construction of first floor at a cost of 21,571,182 rupees, following recommendation to award the contract by the then Central Tender Board. As at 27 September 2006, the Council has disbursed 36,997,116 to the contractor, while retaining 14,052,595 rupees in respect of unresolved contractual issues, including outstanding defect, uncertified extensions of time, disputed claims, and liquidated damages. In 2008, the contractor instituted proceedings before the Supreme Court claiming 183,848,589 rupees on the grounds that payments due under the contract had not been fully settled. The matter was subsequently referred to arbitration. On 13 May 2009, the Supreme Court, in consultation with both parties, appointed an arbitrator, namely Mr. D.H. Pellier, to adjudicate and resolve the dispute. The latter made the following awards, which were eventually paid by the Council. First, on 26 January 2012, an amount of 2,026,065 rupees, representing retention money due less 10% for snag list. Second, on 7 June 2012, an amount of 303,909 rupees, representing 15% VAT on the retention sum of 2,026,065 rupees. And third, on 19 July 2013, an amount of 8,022,380 rupees, plus interest accrued as from year 2005. Madam Speaker, on 10 February 2014, following an anonymous letter addressed to the then Independent Commission Against Corruption pertaining to allegation against both the arbitrator and the Council of Alpha Mix Limited, the arbitrator withdrew himself from the arbitration. Subsequently, on 18 March 2015, the Supreme Court appointed Justice Marie-Benjamin Joseph as arbitrator. The latter made the following award, which were paid by the Council. First, on 29 August 2015, an amount of 3,536,250 rupees, representing the refund of the litigated and ascertained damage inclusive of VAT. And second, on 30 July 2016, an amount of 11,181,928 rupees, representing compound interest at the rate of 15.33% accrued on the sum of 3,536,250 due from 22 September 2005 to 4 September 2015. On 23 September 2016, the arbitrator granted an interim award of 72 million rupees, 921,570 rupees plus VAT for full and final settlement of the capital claim. On 5th May 2018, an amount of 83,859,805 rupees was released by the then Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Development. And the only live issue was the payment of interest. Madam Speaker, on 31st December 2018, the arbitrator made an award for the payment of the amount of 438,634 rupees, representing interest at the rate of 15.33% per annum, compounded daily on the capital amount of 72,921,570 rupees over the period of 10 October 2005 to 3 May 2018, amounting to 427,444,630 rupees, and simple interest accruing on the amount of 427,324,630 rupees at the legal rate of 3.5% per annum over the period starting from 4th May 2018 until the date of payment. In January 2019, the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart made an appeal against the award of the arbitrator. However, in January 2022, the Supreme Court declared the award of 31st December 2018 null and void as an award made by the arbitrator in the arbitration proceeding involving the applicant and the respondent contravenes Article 1026, subsection 5 of the Code de Procédure Civile, which stipulates that an arbitration award must contain specific details such as the names of the arbitrators and the exact date of the award. Failure to meet these mandatory specifications renders the award null and void. The Supreme Court further stated that the Section 1027, subsection 3, part 3 of the Code de Procédure Civile, which makes provision for the circumstances where the award is not within the mandate conferred upon the arbitrator by the parties, has not been respected. Madam Speaker, consequently, the contractor successfully appealed before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council and on 5th June 2023, the Privy Council held that the arbitral award remained valid and enforceable. Following legal advice from the Attorney General's Office and the legal advisors of the District Council, the then Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Development provided the necessary funding to enable payment of the judgment debts. Subsequently, the total amount of 580,384,862 rupees was ultimately paid to the contractor, including 30,208,515 rupees in terms of legal fees. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that this matter attracted adverse report in its report for the financial year 2022-2023. In view of the gravity of this matter and in keeping with this government's unwavering commitment to transparency and accountability, my ministry has decided to set up a fact-finding committee with the following terms of reference. First, establish the circumstances that led to this extraordinary financial liability. Second, identify any administrative, contractual, or procedural shortcomings. Third, responsibility wherever appropriate. And fourth, make recommendations to strengthen governance in the implementation and management of public contracts. The fact-finding committee be chaired by a retired judge and comprise representatives from the Ministry of National Infrastructure, a former chief executive, and an independent engineer. Madam Speaker, this government owes it to the Mauritian people to establish the full facts. Every rupee of public money must be accounted for, and every lesson must be learned to ensure that such a costly episode is never repeated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Public bills, first reading.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Are you with us?
Madam Speaker, I move that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 be read a first time.
Yes, and it is seconded. Thank you. Members, I think we can take a break now before we start on the second reading. Okay, I suspend the sitting for half an hour. Honourable members, please be seated.
Public bills, second reading.
Dr. Omir, floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci de me donner l'occasion de partager mes opinions sur ce projet de loi qui intervient à un moment très crucial, je dirais même opportun, dans le contexte des récents cas de fémicide qu'on a eu dans ce pays depuis l'année dernière, particulièrement depuis janvier de cette année. Et je dois dire que malgré que le terme fémicide ne figure pas dans le projet de loi, le terme fémicide a déjà fait jurisprudence à l'Ile-Maurice. Notre propre jurisprudence a déjà commenté à nommer le mal par son nom dans l'affaire de l'État contre Nabibakas Mamadou Maire. La Cour suprême s'est expressément qualifié le maire d'une jeune femme de horrifying case of femicide. Et donc, Madame la Présidente, j'exhorte le leader de l'opposition à se concentrer sur le fond de ce projet de loi, que surtout sur la forme, car à ne se pas limiter à l'émission présumée d'un seul mot. Madame la Présidente, je dois dire en écoutant le discours de l'honorable leader de l'opposition et que j'ai réélu.
Bienvenue.
Je dois reconnaître qu'une chose à nos collègues de l'opposition, leur capacité d'analyse s'est considérablement améliorée depuis qu'ils ont quitté le pouvoir. Et c'est fascinant. Pendant 10 ans, les problèmes existaient, les défis évoluaient et le monde changeait. Pourtant, aucune réforme digne de ces nouveaux enjeux n'a vu le jour. Madame la Présidente, après 26 ans depuis la promulgation de la loi Domestic Violence Act de 1997, l'Ile-Maurice est maintenant prête à relever les défis et les nouvelles formes de violence qui nous font apparaître qu'il va falloir faire des amendements en termes de domestique physique, en termes de psychologique, économique et le cyberharcèlement. Madame la Présidente, je dois féliciter la ministre et la Première ministre adjointe pour venir de l'avant avec un projet de loi si attendu d'une part par toutes celles qui souffrent dans la douleur et de l'austérité, mais aussi d'autre part par ceux qui ont perdu leurs chères sœurs, leurs chères mères, aux frères ou même aux familles qui ont perdu des proches. On ne pourra jamais leur retourner leurs chères sœurs, filles et mamans. Mais ce gouvernement, avec le projet de loi que l'adjoint au Premier ministre a présenté, sera rappelé pour protéger davantage les femmes, les filles, les personnes âgées, les vulnérables, avec ce projet de loi. Madame la Présidente, c'est précisément dans cet esprit que s'inscrit l'action d'un gouvernement qui a véritablement à cœur la protection des femmes et des enfants. Car la grandeur d'un gouvernement ne se mesure pas uniquement à ses réalisations économiques ou à ses infrastructures, mais aussi et surtout à sa capacité de protéger les plus vulnérables, de défendre ceux qui souffrent en silence et de faire de chaque foyer un lieu de sécurité et non de peur. Madame la Présidente, je vais maintenant m'attarder sur 2 points précisément de ce projet de loi. Le premier qui regarde la deuxième partie, c'est sous-section 6, Guiding Principles with regard to victims of acts of domestic abuse. Et la deuxième partie, c'est la partie 3 que je vais m'attarder, le Protection Order. Concernant l'obligation de rapporter les actes de violence domestique par les professionnels de santé et par d'autres professionnels, je voudrais partager mon opinion là-dessus, particulièrement en tant que professionnel de santé qui a une expérience de plus de 33 ans à voir les femmes, surtout pour leur carrière, pour leur bien-être et la santé des femmes. J'ai été, comme certains de mes confrères, un témoin très privilégié de certains cas de suspicion de brutalité domestique, voire physique même, sur les femmes. Protéger une femme enceinte, Madame la Présidente, contre les violences domestiques, c'est protéger 2 vies à la fois et garantir à l'enfant à naître les meilleures chances de venir au monde dans un environnement sûr et empreint de dignité. La protection des femmes enceintes victimes de violences domestiques doit être une priorité absolue de toute législation moderne et humaine. Madame la Présidente, quand on parle de femmes enceintes et de violences domestiques. À titre d'exemple, ces jeunes femmes viennent vous voir en ne vous disant pas qu'elles ont subi des violences domestiques. Elles vous parlent de saignements, de pertes, des yeux cernés, des saignements de début de grossesse, des yeux au beurre noir, une attitude très farouche, peu bavard, les lèvres bien gonflées, des taches d'échymose. Des taches d'échymose sur les ventres d'une femme enceinte, des taches de brûlure qui sont sur différentes parties du corps. Et vous allez être surpris, des taches de brûlure qui ressemblent à des taches de brûlure des cigarettes sur des places que vous ne croyez pas pouvoir le faire. Et c'est ça, et c'est ce drame que 99% des patientes qui viennent nous voir nous ont, en tant que professionnels de santé, des explications autres que des violences domestiques. Mais Madame la Présidente, pour le personnel qui revoit ces patients, les conséquences médicales de ces mamans, de ces futures mamans, c'est peut-être la perte d'un enfant, l'accouchement prématuré. C'est aussi ce qu'on appelle le post-traumatic stress syndrome, un stress avancé. C'est ce qu'on appelle aussi un retard ou absence, refus de suivre le traitement prénatal, des douleurs chroniques, des décollements du placenta et ses conséquences qui parfois peuvent être même fatales. Madame la Présidente, pour le bébé ou le fœtus, c'est parfois un fœtus qui est mis au nez. C'est un fœtus qui accouche trop tôt, qui ont des besoins de support médical dans un établissement peut-être qui n'a pas de place ce jour-ci. Accouchement prématuré, retard de croissance intra-utérine, faible taux de poids de naissance et des bébés qui, après leurs accouchements, ne font que crier et ne font que pleurer parce qu'elles ont été sujettes à des traumatismes physiques et ont entendu ces bagarres incessantes qu'ont dû éprouver leur maman pendant la grossesse. Madame la Présidente, les explications entre les quatre coins d'une consultation, quand l'on voit ces signes que je viens vous décrire, vous laisserez bouche bée à tous ici. Personne ne vient vous dire, 99% de ces dames ne viendront pas vous dire que j'ai été sujette à des brutalités domestiques. Elles vous diraient, docteur, mon collègue, à moi ou d'autres, j'ai glissé dans la salle de bain. J'ai essayé d'éviter une bagarre entre mes deux amis et je me fais taper dans l'œil. J'avais pris un verre de vin ou de bière de trop et j'ai oublié d'éteindre ma cigarette et j'ai laissé brûler sur mon partie du corps. Je me suis hâté au coin de la table. Mon petit-neveu était venu jouer chez moi durant le week-end et s'est tapé la tête contre moi. Malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, tout cela, ce sont des excuses. Pourquoi des excuses? Pourquoi ces femmes qui sont victimes de brutalité physique ou d'autres, psychologiques ou d'autres, font des excuses? Les excuses parce qu'il y a la pression financière. Elles ne peuvent pas se tenir debout par elles-mêmes. Des excuses parce que la société que nous vivons, cette société a un regard différent sur ces jeunes femmes qui vont être mises hors du toit familial. L'instinct maternel. Il faut protéger ma famille. Il faut protéger mes enfants. J'ai 3 petits-enfants à nourrir. Je ne peux pas quitter le toit familial. J'ai besoin du support de mon conjoint ou de mon mari. J'ai besoin de son support financier. Il y a la peur bleue d'être frappée à nouveau parce qu'elle a divulgué ce qu'il ne fallait pas dire. Et ces derniers temps, le cyberharcèlement avec des photos intimes. Il a vraiment peur pour ces jeunes personnes. Madame la Présidente, en section 6 de la deuxième partie, si je peux appeler tout ce groupe de personnes qui seront mis à l'amende ou peut-être sujettes à des actions juridiques, on pourrait les appeler les lanceurs d'alerte. En faisant état de ces observations, ces lanceurs d'alerte peuvent se retrouver dans un long imbroglio juridique, qui au final, la victime se rétracte complètement ou devient même dans le cas juridique un témoin hostile. Et encore souvent, c'est l'instinct maternel de sauvegarder sa petite famille qui fait oublier et pardonner ces observations dont les frontliners, le personnel médical et autres ont pu constater des années auparavant. Mais il y a aussi, je ne peux pas disputer, une des raisons, c'est le réchauffement de l'amour entre le conjoint et la personne qui a été brutalement blessée. La confidentialité des dossiers médicaux reste un thème très épineux et le long procès en cours n'encourage pas toujours les professionnels. Madame la Présidente, je suis totalement en faveur d'informer les autorités compétentes s'il y a des soupçons de violence domestique et je recommanderai premièrement, un hotline direct au département responsable des violences domestiques au ministère du Genre et de la Famille pour tous les professionnels de santé dans les hôpitaux publics et privés. Je précise, un hotline confidentiel que pour le personnel médical et paramédical ou d'autres, pour que, en toute confidentialité, on peut être un lanceur d'alerte et ce département pourrait relier après. Deuxièmement, c'est aussi très important, comme ça se fait dans certains pays d'Europe où j'étais moi-même, une formulaire dans toutes les consultations pour inscrire les détails confidentiels de ceux qu'on suspecte ont été victimes de violences et être envoyés au ministère du Genre et de la Famille en toute confidentialité. Pour ce formulaire, Madame la Présidente, je me mets à la disposition du ministère du Genre et de la Famille pour vous rédiger cette formulaire et donner tout mon support et ma connaissance pour le faire. Et troisièmement, une unité spéciale au ministère de la Santé, de la Sécurité sociale et aussi du Genre et de la Famille, avec qui sont attachés des police medical officers. Pourquoi des police medical officers? Ce sont ces médecins formés dans le giron de la police qui pourront évaluer les suspicions que les personnes au frontline ont pu constater, analyser et voir s'il y a matière à poursuite et compléter le contexte juridique pour pouvoir mener à bien les procédures judiciaires ultérieurement. Madame la Présidente, trop c'est trop. Il faut que les lanceurs d'alerte, tels que moi par exemple, ont un accès beaucoup plus fluide et moins de tracasseries juridiques et policières. C'est ça qui décourage les lanceurs d'alerte, c'est ça qui décourage les personnes qui voient ces personnes en premier lieu de continuer à dire ce qu'ils ont vu. Madame la Présidente, je dirais quelques mots sur le Protection Order. Il n'est pas normal que depuis janvier 2025 jusqu'à ce jour, 8 femmes, 7 ont été tuées par leurs conjoints, dont elles avaient un Protection Order. Il devrait y avoir quelque chose qui va mal. Il doit y avoir un problème d'efficacité sur le prochain Protection Order où la situation sociétaire a tellement évolué que ces bourreaux n'ont plus peur des Protection Orders et n'ont plus de respect pour la loi. Madame la Présidente, auparavant, c'était 14 jours, maintenant c'est 7 jours pour l'obtention d'un Protection Order, tant mieux. Mais considérant la gravité des circonstances, parfois, c'est long, même 7 jours, je dirais. Et là, je fais un appel pour qu'il y ait un triage des cas qui sont rapportés au ministère du Genre et de la Famille pour les récidives, et surtout, hautement sérieuses, pour que ces permis soient délivrés dans un minimum de 3 jours. Un triage de tous les cas. On ne peut pas traiter tous les cas de la même intensité de brutalité domestique. Madame la Présidente, je demande haut et fort sans équivoque la considération de l'application du bracelet électronique à ceux dont le risque de causer de taux immenses soit appliqué. Il va falloir nous découdre des red tape administratives, du coût financier et d'autres petits inconvénients, car la vie d'une personne n'a pas de prix. Le port du bracelet électronique, en mon opinion, découragerait beaucoup ceux à commettre l'irréparable envers leurs conjoints ou les faibles de cette société. Madame la Présidente, si l'ancien président de la République française, M. Nicolas Sarkozy, a dû porter un bracelet électronique, bref, pourquoi ces futurs voyous et bourreaux de notre société envers nos femmes soient exclus? Il n'y a pas de raison pour ça. En conclusion, Je parlerai de Kofi Annan, qui nous rappelait que la violence contre les femmes est l'une des violations des droits humains les plus honteuses et les plus répandues, et que tant qu'elle persistera, nous ne pourrons prétendre avoir réellement progressé vers l'égalité, le développement et la paix. C'est cette conviction qui anime notre gouvernement, notre adjoint Premier ministre. Notre volonté est claire. Aucune femme ne doit vivre dans la peur sous son propre toit et aucun enfant ne doit grandir dans l'ombre de la violence. La protection des femmes et des enfants n'est pas pour nous une simple déclaration d'intention. C'est un devoir d'État, une responsabilité morale et une exigence de justice sociale. Merci.
Merci, docteur. Yes, honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by saying, without any ambiguity, clearly on the subject, that we stand with the victims. We stand with the women who suffer in silence. We stand also with the men who are often themselves victims but do not speak of it because of shame, fear, or believe that they will not be taken seriously. We stand with the children who hear the screams, who see the fears, who grew up in homes where love is replaced by control, humiliation, violence, and substance abuse. Domestic abuse, Madam Speaker, is not a private matter. It is not a family quarrel. It is not something to be hidden, excused, minimized, or postponed. It is an attack on dignity, an attack on safety, an attack on freedom, and too often, the warning sign before tragedy. Let there be no ambiguity, Madam Speaker, we support the fight against domestic violence. We support the principle of this bill. We support the widening of the law. We support the recognition that abuse is not only physical abuse, it can be psychological, it can be emotional, it can be economic, it can be digital, it can be coercive control, it can be intimidation, humiliation, fear, threats, and domination. Madam Speaker, the question before us, however, is not only whether the text of the bill is good, that it is. It is whether the system behind it is ready. Because the law can be as beautifully drafted, but still fail in practice. It can create rights and still fail when the victim has nowhere to go. It can create orders and still fail when these orders are not monitored. It can create offenses and still fail when investigations are delayed. It can promise protection and still fail when there is no shelter, no emergency accommodation, no follow-up, no trained officer, no rehabilitation pathway, and no proper integrated data system. We support this bill, but we must ensure that it does not become another law that protects victims strongly on paper while leaving them exposed in real life. Madam Speaker, Mauritius did not start from zero in 2026. The Protection from Domestic Violence Act 1997 was important. It created for the first time a dedicated legal framework against domestic violence. It introduced protection orders, occupation orders, tenancy orders, and other court-based remedies. It gave victims a route to seek protection. But the 1997 Act, Madam Speaker, was essentially a civil, protective, and order-based framework. The victim applied, the court granted the order, the system was built around that court order. It was an important first step, but it was still too much a system where the victim had to carry the burden. The truly transformative moment, Madam Speaker, came in 2016. In 2016, under the then Honourable Minister of Gender, Honourable Aurore Perrault, Mauritius took a tremendous step forward. It was not a cosmetic amendment. It was not a minor reform. It was a life-changing reform. It changed the philosophy of the law. Domestic violence was no longer treated merely as a private matter or only as a civil issue between two persons. It became a matter of public responsibility police intervention, state accountability, and criminal liability. The 2016 reform widened the definition of domestic violence, recognized important non-physical forms of violence: intimidation, harassment, stalking, ill treatment, insults, cruelty, threats, deprivation of resources was also there, and economic vulnerability. It clarified who could seek protection, strengthened enforcement officers, and it inserted very specific duties on the police, and it also increased penalties. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, it made the act of domestic violence itself an offense. That was the real turning point. After 2016, Madam Speaker, domestic violence was no longer about obtaining a civil order. It became a wrong which the state itself had to confront, prevent, investigate, and punish. And Madam Speaker, I say so from what I have seen in real life. I knew of a man, a neighbor, who used to beat his wife. And this is not theory, Madam Speaker. That woman was living in fear. And when came the 2016 amendments, and when the person did the mistake again of beating his wife, this time he was taken to task. This time he was arrested. And as much of a bully as he was, Madam Speaker, he then understood what was in store for him. And he never dared, after that, lift the finger on his wife again. Never. So, Madam Speaker, that is why the 2016 amendment mattered. And, you know, Madam Speaker, many perpetrators are bullies, and bullies understand consequences. The moment the state is firm, the moment there is real intervention, the moment a court order is enforced, the behavior can stop. But if the system hesitates, if files are delayed, if orders are not followed up, then the bully learns the opposite lesson, that the system is weak. That is why I say today, clearly and proudly, that the amendments back then were tremendous, courageous, and transformative reform. And we are proud of that. But nearly 10 years later, we must also be honest. The law moved faster than the machinery of implementation. That is why, while we support the 2026, this bill, we must ask whether government has finally built the system needed to make the protection real, efficient, and swift. Madam Speaker, this bill broadens the existing law, updates the language, expands the forms of abuse covered, introduces new mechanisms. It is welcome. But the real question, whether the machinery behind can carry the extensive weight of what we are now asking it to do. And this brings me to a practical point, Madam Speaker. In reality, we see two major forms of domestic abuse. The first, spouse-on-spouse violence. A husband against his wife, for example, a wife against a husband, a partner against a partner. And this bill clearly speaks to that reality. It creates the wider definitions necessary, the protection order, the exclusion orders, the offences, the rehabilitation mechanism. But even there, Madam Speaker, everything will depend on the implementation. And I will come to it later. But the second form is a different one, Madam Speaker. And I believe that this bill does not sufficiently address it. It is the growing number of parents or spouses who are threatened, intimidated, insulted, assaulted, extorted by someone in their own homes for money to buy drugs. That is also domestic abuse. And in many of these cases, and we're not speaking of money to go and buy marijuana here, Madam Speaker. Let us be honest about this. We're speaking about synthetic drugs, about hard drugs, heroin, drugs that destroy families, destroy judgment, destroy homes, and turn parents and spouses into victims inside their own houses. A mother, Madam Speaker, should not be afraid of her own son. A father should not have to hide his pension from his own child. A wife should not be threatened for money to buy drugs. A spouse should not live in fear because addiction has taken over her home. The bill may punish violence after it happens, but if we do not deal with the addiction behind that violence rather, the cycle is bound to continue. And that is where precisely the state is failing. The latest figures, Madam Speaker, from 2024 show that only 500 persons have been rehabilitated in 2024 through the public rehabilitation centers operated by the state. 500. That is 500 out of 55,000 drug users. That is less than 1%. And the real long-term success rate is probably even lower. As you know, Madam Speaker, the risk of relapse is huge in this respect. Madam Speaker, this is not a serious rehabilitation response to a national drug crisis. If we want to protect parents and spouses from drug-related domestic abuse, then we cannot only talk about punishment. We must also talk about treatment, about rehabilitation, about follow-up, about reintegration. And we must also have the courage to say this, Madam Speaker, and I am saying it now. Mauritius must decriminalize the use of marijuana now. The time has come. Because the violence that we're seeing in the homes, the extortions, the threat, the terror imposed on parents, spouses, is not driven by that. It is driven by the harder drugs. And we must be honest about that as well. So why keep wasting resources, police time, on then this? Madam Speaker, if we are serious about domestic abuse, we must also be serious about the drug crisis that is creating victims in their own home. Let us now look at the machinery that is expected to carry this bill. As at 30 June 2025, Madam Speaker, the police had 205,531 outstanding cases. In 2020, that figure was 147,702. There has been an increase of nearly 58,000 outstanding cases in the last 5 years. Outstanding cases means open cases, which are ongoing. Misdemeanors, Madam Speaker, misdemeanors inquiries alone, where cases of domestic violence fall within, stood, as at 2025, at 54,000, up by nearly double, by 25,000 since 2020. So, Madam Speaker, if this bill is to give more responsibilities to the police, we must be honest. We are asking already an overburdened system to carry out now even more. Madam Speaker, what of now the specialized training that is to come for the police force? What of the specialized training to cater for what we've seen in practice, people often being turned away or inadequately treated by inadequately staffed rather, inadequately trained rather, police officers? Inadequately trained, I'm sorry. I'll repeat that. What about cases that are improperly treated by inadequately trained officers? That is the right sequence. What about it? This bill promises, but offers no funding for that. We do not see the funding. We do not see how the ministry is now going to be able to embark on a huge and consequential training program to train every frontline police officer and desk officer at police station in all the police stations in the Republic of Mauritius. We do not see it, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, what about those victims who withdraws their complaints? We've seen here that the matter is now to be referred to the DPP, as it was already in practice, but with the added, and it's a good thing, but with the added now provision that the DPP may ask for a social inquiry report. The problem remains, however, Madam Speaker, in practice, that when the police records a retraction, a withdrawal of the declaration, they do not carry out a further investigation into the matter. That is that. They take the declaration, they take the withdrawal, and the case is sent to the DPP for a decision. The problem, Madam Speaker, without the clear checklist, without a clear protocol, that problem may remain. Madam Speaker, the UK, for example, has a very different approach. It recognizes that persons who often retract have been pressurized into doing so, and therefore it removes the right of retraction from the victim and has an independent assessment of whether that retraction is being done voluntarily. And that is where the key word is, voluntarily. Madam Speaker, I fail to see in this how the proper mechanism is being implemented to ensure that investigations are properly carried out, even where there is a retraction. Madam Speaker, when we look at the data, one thing is clear. Victims are entering the system, but the system is not converting those applications into effective protection at the same rate that it used to. In 2017, there were, for example, 1,900 applications for protection orders, which resulted in 1,113 final protection orders being issued. That means that final protection orders represented nearly 60% of the applications. In 2024, by contrast, there were fewer applications, 1,500, but only 581 final protection orders were issued. That is only 38%, a reduction by 20%. So, Madam Speaker, those are the signs that the machine is being clogged up. The same is for occupation orders, Madam Speaker. If you look at the figures today, you'd be shocked to know that only 4 final occupation orders have been issued in the last year, against 13 in 2017. Clearly, Madam Speaker, clearly the machine has been clogged up, and we are now adding more work to that machine. So if the system cannot turn complaints and application into real protection, then the promise that this bill makes remains theoretical. Madam Speaker, let me talk about, very quickly, cybersecurity, cybercrime offenses. The Honourable Omier has touched on that.
I've given him 3 minutes.
Yes.
And I'll give you 3 minutes as well.
Right.
We agree.
Madam Speaker, cybersecurity offences. You will see, Madam Speaker, those are also on the rise. Just to give you the figures, those have risen from 2020 to 1,400 unresolved cybersecurity offences to 2,200 in 2025. And the abuse has moved, we know that, into phone messages, social media accounts, the threats, the surveillance, the blackmail, digital humiliation. But if unresolved cases, Madam Speaker, have doubled in the last 5 years, what guarantee do we have that this bill is not going to worsen the system, but will in fact turn it on its head and improve it? This is what I want to know. What guarantee do we have? The lack of funding suggests, if you look at the funding, if you look at the budget of the ministry, the 80% increase only due to PRB increases, you will see that the funding does not go to where the intentions go in this bill. And that is the issue. Madam Speaker, there aren't many minutes left. I will conclude. What about, Madam Speaker, shelters? The issue of shelters. We have 4 shelters, 2 of which only receive capitation grants. That is, that they receive money per person attending them. They do not get money to invest in the infrastructure. They do not get money to invest in the training of staff. They do not even get money to pay for the training of their staff. So whilst we recognize that we must send more victims to shelters, that we must guarantee their safety, their confidentiality, a safe space, we are not putting the money where it needs to be. Madam Speaker, I had a lot to
Yeah, of
say.
course.
Unfortunately, as you know, this bill, unfortunately,
The subject is vast.
it's vast.
Lots of your
Let me-
friends have already addressed
Let me just
some
say,
of the issues.
let me just say, Madam Speaker, let me reiterate then that I do support the bill.
Of course.
Let me also reiterate that I do not doubt that the minister has the greatest of intention in this bill.
You will
But
help.
what I do doubt is that government has been putting adequate resources either to ensure that police inquiries find the light of day, either to ensure that shelters can adequately protect the victims,
No, last
either to ensure that, Madam Speaker, there is adequate staffing in the Family Services Bureau, then I would truly be satisfied. Merci.
Thank
that
you.
truly be satisfied that we are moving in the right direction. What I will say to conclude, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for additional time, what I will say is that I hope to see in the next 3 years, I hope to see in the next 3
You'll
years,
give a hand.
substantial increase in the budget of that ministry so that this minister can effectively
Yes.
bring changes where needed.
I'm
But
sure-
until then, it will remain, unfortunately, a question.
Terminez bien en beauté. Minister is taking notes. She's listening and taking notes. Honorable Le Govin, I will give you a couple of minutes more.
Thank you,
But
Madam
you do
Speaker.
your best. That's enough. Please allow Honorable Govin to make a speech.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, je prends parole, pas en tant que député seulement, mais en tant qu'un enfant qui a grandi dans un foyer marqué par la violence. Je prends la parole pour ces femmes, ces hommes, pour ces enfants. Combien de fois j'ai vu ma maman crouler sous les coups? Combien de fois je l'ai vue dans une mare de sang? Et l'enfant qui regardait cette scène, c'était nous. Moi, mes frères et mes sœurs. Ce traumatisme ne s'efface jamais, Madame la Présidente. Toutes les portes étaient fermées. Il n'y avait pas de refuge, il n'y avait pas de suivi psychologique, il n'y avait pas de réhabilitation. Nous avons tant de fois marché dans le noir, en pleine nuit, pour trouver refuge chez nos proches qui habitaient Plaisance, Kennedy, Bassin, Rivière-Noire, Casse-Noyal. Certaines portes s'ouvraient pendant quelques jours seulement. Puis elles se refermaient. Et cette phrase qui résonne encore dans ma mémoire, qui souvent mes tantes disaient, mon mari parlait mon ramazot parce qu'ils autres papa pour venir faire des autres côté nous. Madame la Présidente, c'est trop facile aujourd'hui pour certains de venir chanter Cocorico dans cette auguste assemblée. Quand on parle de la violence domestique, il ne faut pas oublier que les femmes subissent aussi des abus partout dans ce monde. Même dans cette auguste assemblée, pire encore dans des partis politiques. Puisque nous parlons de respect envers les femmes, permettez-moi d'aborder une autre forme de violence. Le respect du choix d'une femme, le respect de sa liberté et le respect de sa conscience. Dans le passé, lorsque j'ai quitté un parti politique, j'ai été critiquée, attaquée, parfois même tournée en dérision. Pourtant, le droit de choisir son engagement politique fait partie de la liberté de chaque femme. Respecter une femme, ce n'est pas seulement condamner la violence qu'elle subit dans son foyer, c'est aussi de respecter son droit de penser,
Talk across the floor, please.
de penser par
Honorable
elle-même.
Duval, please.
Son droit de dire non, son droit de suivre ses convictions. Une femme n'est pas la propriété d'aucun parti politique. Elle n'a pas à demander la permission pour choisir le chemin qu'elle estime juste. s'ils arrêtent cette hypocrisie, Madame la Présidente, et qu'ils aillent se regarder dans un miroir avant. Comme le 1er juillet était la journée internationale de Reggae Day, en tant que junior ministre de l'art et de la culture, je ne peux pas m'empêcher de citer le reggae man Bob Marley. Pour terminer dessus, Who the cap fit, let them wear it, Madame la Présidente. En 2014, c'était une occasion ratée. Ils avaient l'occasion, le mandat, la majorité et le moment de procéder à une refonte complète de la loi pour remédier aux lacunes qui, depuis, n'ont fait que s'aggraver. Au lieu de cela, j'ai entendu l'honorable Adrien Duval flatter 2016. En 2016, ils ont choisi de rapiécer là où il fallait reconstruire. De 2019 à 2024, c'était pire. Rien au Parlement, même pas un amendement. Pour le leader de l'opposition, il est déjà parti, qui se vantait de travailler sur ce projet de loi, en 5 ans, c'était 0. Où est ce projet de loi? Peut-être entre les maquillages perdu entre les maquillages dans un sac à main, on ne sait pas. En 10 ans, 0. Madame la Présidente, les chiffres parlent d'eux-mêmes. 2222 cas rapportés en 2019, 5381 en 2022, 5758 en 2024. C'est énorme, Madame la Présidente. Sous le cadre légal qu'ils ont légué, le nombre de victimes a plus doublé, tandis que près de 40% rapportés l'année dernière relevaient de la violence psychologique ou économique, relevaient de la violence, des formes de violence qui leurs lois ne reconnaissent même pas. Alors que certains se tiennent aujourd'hui devant cette Chambre pour donner des leçons à ce gouvernement sur la protection des victimes qui n'est simplement pas incohérent, mais un exercice d'amnésie collective. Où était ce zèle nouveau de 2014 à 2024, lorsqu'il siégeait sur les bancs avec le pouvoir d'agir? Les victimes de la violence domestique n'avaient pas ce luxe d'attendre une décennie que sa conscience se réveille. Madame la Présidente, ce gouvernement ne répétera pas cette erreur. Là où ils ont amendé, nous reconstruisons. Là où ils ne punissaient que l'échymose visible, nous nommons les blessures invisibles. Et là où ils laissaient les victimes affronter seules le système, nous plaçons à leur côté toute la machinerie de l'État. Permettez-moi, Madame, de parler plus simplement au nom des foyers de ce pays où se déroulent réellement les histoires qui sont derrière ce projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, chaque personne dans cette auguste assemblée et de ce pays connaît au moins une de ces histoires. Parfois un proche ou, si nous sommes honnêtes, notre propre miroir. Laissez-moi vous partager quelque chose que j'ai vécu récemment et cela dépasse la politique. J'ai moi-même hébergé une victime de violence domestique chez moi pendant des mois, sans trompette, sans caméra, sans TikTok, sans me poser des questions qui peut arriver et comment vous pouvez faire. Elle n'avait nulle part où aller, elle n'avait même pas sa carte d'identité sur elle. Aujourd'hui, elle a un permis de conduire, elle travaille, elle est indépendante. Elle a trouvé sa dignité et je suis très fière. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de simplifier ce que la loi de 1997 ne pouvait pas faire. Sous cette loi, quand vous venez dans un tribunal pour demander la protection, la première question était en substance. Êtes-vous l'épouse? Êtes-vous l'époux? La loi avait du mal à vous voir si vous n'étiez pas marié à la personne qui vous faisait du mal. La loi lâchait les mains des victimes dès qu'elle abandonnait le toit conjugal. La femme qui a trouvé le courage de partir, l'enfant qui était témoin de cette violence, la loi ne les comptait pas comme victimes. Les grands-mères maltraitées chaque jour, les grands-parents, la loi n'avait presque rien à lui dire. Même le frère, la sœur qui partagent la maison familiale avec quelqu'un de violent, rien du tout. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi change la question. Il ne demande plus êtes-vous l'époux ou l'épouse? Il demande tout simplement êtes-vous victime de violence sous votre propre toit? Si la réponse est oui, cette loi est désormais pour vous. Voilà le cœur de tout ce projet de loi et cela peut se dire en une phrase. Plus personne qui vit dans la peur dans sa propre maison sera invisible aux yeux de la loi. Madame la Présidente, enfin, ce projet de loi reconnaît que la violence ne laisse pas toujours des bleus. Demandez à n'importe qui l'a vécu. Le mari ou la femme qui ne lève jamais la main, mais qui prend son salaire le jour où il arrive, qui décide de ce qu'ils peuvent acheter, de ce qu'ils peuvent voir, s'ils peuvent rendre visite à leur propre mère. Et quand on répète année après année qu'ils ne valent rien jusqu'à ce qu'ils y croient eux-mêmes. Qui prend son téléphone, sa carte bancaire, sa carte d'identité sous la menace de partir avec ses enfants. Madame la Présidente, il n'y a pas de cicatrice à photographier, il n'y a pas de certificat médical et pourtant une personne peut être détruite ainsi, aussi sûrement que par un coup de poing. Pour la première fois, ce projet de loi nomme le contrôle de l'argent, l'humiliation, l'isolement, le chantage et les appelle par le nom que chaque personne leur a toujours connu, de la violence. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de parler de nos aînés, car en tant que femmes, nous sommes si souvent celles qui prennent soin d'eux et trop souvent celles qui les regardent souffrir. En mars dernier, encore, la presse racontait d'une veuve de 68 ans à Quatre-Bornes qui endure depuis 15 ans la violence de son fils, perdu dans la drogue. Il a emporté de sa maison l'argent, bijoux et même la vaisselle. Son propre fils, vivant sous le même toit, a été battu par son propre frère à coups de tuyau. 15 années de plainte à la police, chaque fois la même roue qui tourne. Arrestation, libération sous caution, promesse, retour. Comment dire peine solution pour ban vie dimoun, a-t-elle dit. Nous bisons si bien même. Madame la Présidente, quand une mère de ce pays prononce ces mots, cette chambre doit répondre. Et elles sont des centaines comme elle. En une seule année, plus d'un millier de cas de maltraitance envers nos aînés ont été recensés. La plupart commis non par un étranger, mais par un fils, un petit-fils ou un neveu. Plus de la moitié étaient des insultes, des menaces, de l'intimidation quotidienne. Près de 150 concernaient l'argent, la pension prise, les économies vidées, les personnes âgées forcées à signer des papiers qu'elles ne comprenaient même pas. Dans une autre affaire, une mère de 65 ans s'est entendue dire par son propre fils que si elle allait à la police, il la tuerait. Tout ça pour 200 roupies pour acheter de la drogue. 200 roupies, Madame la Présidente, voilà ce qui valait la tranquillité d'une mère dans sa propre maison. Alors, que fait concrètement ce projet de loi pour ces femmes, pour ces mères, pour ces familles? Laissez-moi le dire simplement. Premièrement, vous pouvez aller vous-même au tribunal demander un protection order. Et si vous êtes âgé, fragile ou effrayé, un officier ira le faire pour vous. Deuxièmement, ce ne sera plus la victime qui fait ses valises. Pour la première fois, le tribunal peut ordonner l'agresseur de quitter la maison pour que la mère ou le père et ses enfants restent chez eux, dans leur lit, dans les écoles, dans le quartier, et que ce soit celui qui a apporté la violence qui s'en aille. Troisièmement, cela ne coûte rien. Pas une roupie, pas de frais, pas de timbre, pas besoin de la bourse d'un avocat pour être en sécurité, parce qu'une protection qu'il faut payer n'est pas un luxe pour une personne qui n'a pas les moyens. Quatrièmement, quand le danger est immédiat, le tribunal peut agir sur le champ, le jour même à distance, parce qu'une femme en danger ne peut pas attendre une date d'audience. En cinquième, et ceci, Madame la Présidente, me touche profondément en tant que femme, l'ordonnance ne dormira pas dans un tiroir. Quelqu'un revient, un officier retourne à sa porte tous les 3 mois. Pendant toute la durée de l'ordonnance, pour poser des questions que la personne ne posait avant. Êtes-vous en sécurité? Et quand le bourreau est libéré sous caution ou sort du prison, elle n'est pas laissée à découvrir quand la personne apparaît à son portail. Les autorités sont prévenues immédiatement. Parce que nous avons toutes vu, Madame la Présidente, ce que vaut un morceau de papier quand personne ne veille dessus. Nous avons enterré trop de sœurs. 9 l'année dernière, au moins 24 depuis 2020. Chacune était la fille de quelqu'un, la mère de quelqu'un. Madame la Présidente, nous ne votons pas cette loi pour les statistiques. Nous le votons pour qu'aucun de ces noms ne s'ajoute à cette longue liste. Maintenant, Madame la Présidente, j'ai entendu l'inquiétude soulevée de l'autre côté de la Chambre et que je vais y répondre en tant que femme, honnêtement, parce que les femmes n'ont rien à gagner d'une loi où on peut abuser. Certains craignent qu'une personne jalouse, amère, utilise la loi pour porter des fausses accusations. Soyons clairs, ce projet de loi exige réellement une femme qui demande la protection doit jurer sous serment que ce qu'elle dit est vrai et mentir sous serment dans ce pays est un crime très grave, très sévèrement puni. L'homme n'est pas condamné dans l'ombre. Il est convoqué devant le tribunal en quelques jours. Il donne sa version, il apporte ses propres preuves et c'est un magistrat, pas l'accusatrice, qui décide. Et s'il estime que l'ordonnance est injuste, il peut retourner devant le tribunal ou faire appel plus haut encore. Alors, à la femme qui souffre vraiment, ce projet de loi vient dire « La porte est ouverte et cela ne coûte rien ».
Il faudra conclure.
Et quiconque serait tenté de mentir, réfléchit bien, car la même serment qui protège les vraies victimes condamnera les fausses. Madame la Présidente, laissez-moi conclure. Je ne sais pas si c'est un simple hasard ou si c'est le destin. Lors de mon enfance et de mon adolescence sombre, je n'aurais jamais cru qu'un jour ma voix compterait dans cette auguste assemblée et encore moins pour voter le Domestic Abuse Bill qui me tient vraiment à cœur. Je remercie toutes les personnes qui m'ont soutenu, qui m'ont tendu la main et je remercie la DPM, l'honorable Oriane Navon-Marie, qu'ainsi notre attorney général, honorable Gavin Glover, pour avoir travaillé dur pour apporter cette loi devant cette auguste assemblée. Et un merci spécial à cette grande dame, cette battante, cette survivante qui est ma maman. Et j'apporte pleinement mon soutien à ce projet de loi, madame. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci. Merci pour votre franchise. Honorable Bachar.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, nous ne débattons pas simplement d'un projet de loi. Il est question de vie, de victimes qui se réveillent chaque matin avec l'angoisse de de prononcer un mot de trop ou faire un geste de trop. De femmes qui, chaque soir, ferment les yeux sans savoir si elles se réveilleront le lendemain. D'enfants qui grandissent en croyant que les cris, les insultes, les coups et la peur font partie de la vie de famille. Des parents qui ont enterré une fille. Des enfants qui grandissent sans leur mère. Une sœur partie beaucoup trop tôt, victime de celui qui avait pourtant promis de l'aimer et de la protéger. En tant que femme, cette réalité me bouleverse. En tant que mère, elle me terrifie. Car aucune mère ne souhaite voir sa fille grandir dans un monde où elle devra un jour avoir peur de rentrer chez elle. Aucun parent ne souhaite que son enfant grandisse convaincu que la violence est une preuve d'amour ou un moyen de régler les conflits. Et oui, je parle principalement de femmes, car 90% des victimes de violences domestiques sont les femmes. À chaque féminicide, à chaque victime qui succombe à la violence domestique, ce n'est pas seulement une vie qui s'éteint. C'est une famille qui est détruite. C'est toute une société qui est profondément meurtrie. La violence domestique, Madame la Présidente, est l'une des formes de violence les plus cruelles, car elle détruit non seulement le corps, mais aussi la dignité, la confiance et l'espoir. Elle s'attaque au cœur même du foyer, qui est censé être le premier refuge de chacun. Derrière chaque statistique se cache un prénom, un visage, une histoire, des rêves interrompus et des proches qui continueront à vivre avec l'absence impossible à combler. Si nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui, c'est parce que notre devoir est d'empêcher que ces drames continuent de se répéter. Cependant, Madame la Présidente, c'est aussi un fait qu'aucune loi, aussi noble et ambitieuse soit-elle, ne peut garantir qu'aucune victime ne perdra plus jamais la vie sous les coups de son agresseur. Mais ce que cette loi peut faire, c'est intervenir plus tôt, protéger plus efficacement et réduire considérablement les risques que la violence ne s'aggrave jusqu'à l'irréparable. Ce projet de loi marque une véritable évolution dans notre lutte contre la violence domestique. Il ne se limite plus à réagir après les drames, mais adopte une approche globale fondée sur la prévention, la protection, la coordination et la responsabilisation. Pendant longtemps, Madame la Présidente, la violence domestique a été réduite au bleu sur le corps. Pourtant, les cicatrices les plus profondes sont souvent invisibles. Les mots qui détruisent l'estime de soi, le contrôle qui prive de la liberté, les menaces qui réduisent au silence, les privations financières qui rendent toute fuite impossible, les violences numériques qui poursuivent les victimes jusque dans leur téléphone. Je salue donc que ce Domestic Abuse Bill reconnaît enfin cette réalité vécue par de nombreuses victimes et qui élargit la définition des violences domestiques pour inclure les violences psychologiques, émotionnelles, économiques, coercives et numériques. Ce projet de loi place désormais la victime au centre du système de protection et il reconnaît que les enfants exposés à la violence domestique ne sont pas de simples témoins, mais de véritables victimes collatérales. Un enfant qui, bien qu'il ne soit pas directement frappé, mais qui grandit dans un foyer où règne la peur, les cris et la violence, subit des traumatismes profonds qui peuvent le marquer pour le reste de sa vie. Et je suggère, Madame la Présidente, un suivi psychologique spécialisé systématique pour ces enfants victimes collatérales de ces violences domestiques. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi innove et remplace les Occupation Orders et Tenancy Orders par un Exclusion Order, un mécanisme plus simple et plus efficace. Les dispositifs existants se sont révélés complexes, peu utilisés et insuffisants pour garantir une protection rapide et effective. Pendant trop longtemps, ce sont les victimes qui devaient quitter leur foyer pour se mettre en sécurité avec leur enfant au prix d'un immense bouleversement émotionnel, social et économique. J'ai critiqué cela moi-même à maintes reprises dans le passé et cela me réjouit qu'aujourd'hui, que ce gouvernement renverse cette logique. Avec l'exclusion order, le principe est désormais clair. Ce n'est plus à la victime de partir, c'est à l'auteur des violences d'être exclu du domicile familial et permet ainsi à la victime de conserver son logement, sa stabilité et son environnement tout en évitant les traumatismes supplémentaires liés à un déplacement forcé. Et lorsque l'exclusion du domicile n'est pas possible, le tribunal pourra ordonner à l'agresseur de fournir un logement alternatif convenable à la victime et à ses enfants. Et ce projet de loi va encore plus loin en demandant au tribunal de prendre en considération la continuité de la vie des enfants et de leur éducation. C'est une approche profondément humaine qui reconnaît enfin que ce n'est pas à la victime de porter les conséquences des actes qu'elle subit, mais bien à l'agresseur d'en assumer les conséquences. Ce projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, ne se contente pas de protéger les victimes après les faits. Il encourage toute la société à agir plus tôt. Avec la clause 5, les professionnels qui sont souvent les premiers à détecter les signes de violence, médecins, infirmiers, psychologues, travailleurs sociaux, conseillers familiaux et autres personnes ayant un devoir de protection auront l'obligation de signaler les situations préoccupantes. Et les citoyens, eux aussi, pourront alerter les autorités, surtout grâce à la clause 6. Toute personne qui effectue un signalement de bonne foi sera protégée contre toute responsabilité civile ou pénale. Ce projet de loi s'attaque également à un autre frein majeur, la peur de ne pas être entendue. Trop de victimes hésitent encore à demander de l'aide, par honte, par peur ou parce qu'elles craignent de ne pas être prises au sérieux au poste de police. Désormais, peu importe où les faits ont lieu, peu importe où réside la victime, le poste de police devra obligatoirement enregistrer la déposition et engager rapidement une enquête. Madame la Présidente, je salue un projet de loi qui non seulement promet une meilleure protection, mais qui donne les moyens d'agir plus vite et plus efficacement. Des procédures accélérées, des ordonnances facilitées par les moyens technologiques, des audiences à distance, une meilleure coordination entre les institutions, un suivi régulier des agresseurs, des sanctions renforcées en cas de violation des ordonnances, ainsi que des programmes de réhabilitation pour prévenir la récidive. Mais la violence domestique, Madame la Présidente, ne trouve pas son origine dans la colère d'un instant. Elle prend racine dans les stéréotypes que nous transmettons parfois sans même nous en rendre compte. Elle naît lorsqu'on apprend à un garçon que la virilité s'exprime par le contrôle ou le refus de montrer ses émotions, qu'un homme, pour être un homme, doit dominer. Lorsqu'on leur apprend à nos fils qui vrais hommes par pleurer, qui ces hommes qui portent pantalon dans la case. Elle grandit lorsqu'on apprend à une fille que le sacrifice est une vertu, que supporter en silence est une obligation et que préserver son foyer est plus important que préserver sa propre vie. Lorsqu'on leur dit, il fait ça parce qu'il est content de toi. Une bonne femme bien écoute son mari, femme bien connue se place. Elle prospère lorsque la société demande à la victime qui donne faire pour lui lève la mélo, toi, au lieu de demander à l'agresseur qui fait de maltraiter de femme. Chaque fois que nous excusons un comportement abusif au nom de la tradition, de la culture ou de l'honneur de la famille avec des kidimoun pour dire, nous contribuons à perpétuer un cycle qui détruit des vies. Pendant trop longtemps, notre société a banalisé les insultes, le contrôle, la jalousie excessive ou l'humiliation en les qualifiant de simples disputes de couple ou d'affaires privées. Pas elle raconte les affaires la case, dit oh. Ces idées transmises de génération en génération, ont trop longtemps servi d'alibi à l'inacceptable. Elles ont réduit des victimes au silence, culpabilisé celles qui trouvaient enfin le courage de partir et parfois même conduit notre société à chercher des excuses à l'agresseur plutôt qu'à tendre la main à la victime. La réponse ne peut donc être uniquement judiciaire, mais elle doit être profondément humaine et culturelle. Elle passe par l'éducation de nos enfants, à l'école comme à la maison. Elle passe par des garçons élevés dans le respect plutôt que dans la domination, et par des filles qui grandissent en sachant que leur dignité, leur liberté et leur sécurité ne sont jamais négociables. Elle passe par des campagnes de sensibilisation, par une parole publique responsable, par des médias responsables, mais aussi par chacun d'entre nous qui avons le devoir de ne plus détourner le regard lorsque la violence frappe derrière une porte fermée. C'est précisément la force de ce Domestic Abuse Bill. Il ne se contente pas de réagir au drame et pose les bases pour s'attaquer à leur cause profonde. Madame la Présidente, au moment de conclure, j'ai une pensée pour toutes ces victimes qui souffrent encore en silence, pour celles qui cachent leurs blessures, pour celles qui ont peur de parler, pour celles qui espèrent encore trouver la force de partir, et surtout pour celles qui ne sont plus là pour raconter leur histoire. À toutes ces victimes, nous leur devons plus que des mots. Nous leur devons des actes. Nous leur devons ce courage que nous avons eu de changer les lois, mais aussi de changer les mentalités. Car derrière chaque vie sauvée, il y aura une mère qui rentrera chez elle, un enfant qui ne deviendra pas orphelin, une famille qui ne sera pas brisée. Et si cette loi permet de sauver ne serait-ce qu'une vie, alors notre combat au sein de cette auguste assemblée aura déjà eu un sens. Je vous remercie.
Merci d'avoir respecté l'horaire. Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker will take the chair.
Please be seated. Honorable Savabadi.
Monsieur le vice-président, chers collègues, nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui pour la suite du débat sur le Domestic Abuse Bill, un texte qui, derrière sa froide appellation juridique, touche au plus intime de notre société. La vie familiale, le foyer, le lieu où chacun devrait trouver la paix, la tendresse et la sécurité. Trop souvent, hélas, ce lieu devient un espace de peur, de coups, d'insultes et de menaces. Trop souvent, derrière des portes closes, se joue un drame silencieux que la société ne veut pas voir. Ce projet de loi nous oblige à ouvrir les yeux et à affirmer solennellement que la violence n'a pas sa place au sein de la famille. Je tiens à le dire avec force. Aucune société ne peut prétendre construire la paix si ses foyers sont des champs de bataille. La paix sociale commence à la maison. Si le domicile devient un lieu de terreur intime, alors c'est tout le tissu social qui se déchire. Pourtant, en défendant ce texte, je veux être très claire. Nous ne sommes pas ici pour opposer la protection des victimes à la préservation de la famille. Bien au contraire, en luttant contre la violence domestique, nous défendons la véritable vocation de la famille qui est d'être un refuge, un espace de respect mutuel, un lieu d'amour authentique et non de domination. Préserver la famille, ce n'est pas se taire face aux coups. Ce n'est pas tolérer l'humiliation au nom de la tradition ou du privé. Ce n'est même pas fermer les yeux sur les enfants qui grandissent dans la peur, croyant que l'amour se manifeste par les cris et la douleur. Préserver la famille, c'est protéger la mère terrorisée, le père humilié et l'enfant traumatisé. C'est oser dire que la dignité de chacun au sein du foyer est sacrée. En ce sens, ce projet de loi est profondément familial. Il défend la famille contre ceux qui la détruisent de l'intérieur. Mais pour être à la hauteur de cet enjeu, nous devons regarder au-delà de la seule répression. Oui, il faut des sanctions claires, fermes, rapides contre les auteurs de violence. Oui, il faut que la loi dise sans ambiguïté que personne n'a le droit de lever la main sur son conjoint, sur son enfant, sur un proche. Oui, il faut des ordonnances de protection efficaces, des interventions policières adaptées, des hébergements d'urgence pour les victimes, des dispositifs de suivi pour les agresseurs. Mais si nous nous contentons de punir à la fin de l'acte sans comprendre, de réagir sans prévenir, nous ne ferons que traiter les symptômes d'une maladie profonde, la culture de la violence. C'est dès le plus jeune âge que nous devons agir. Une société pacifique ne naît pas par hasard. Elle s'éduque, elle se construit et elle s'apprend. Nous devons apprendre à nos jeunes à vivre ensemble, à accepter la différence, à dialoguer plutôt qu'à frapper, à écouter plutôt qu'à humilier. Nous devons, dans nos écoles, dans nos clubs de jeunesse, dans nos familles, enseigner le respect de l'autre, l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes, la gestion des conflits sans recours à la brutalité. Il ne suffit pas de dire aux enfants que la violence est mal. Il faut leur montrer par l'exemple que l'on peut être en désaccord sans s'insulter, qu'on peut être en colère sans devenir destructeur. Quand un enfant grandit dans un foyer où la violence domine, il apprend malgré lui que la force fait la loi, que le plus fort décide, que le cri, c'est le plus puissant que la parole posée. Plus tard, cet enfant risque de reproduire des schémas dans sa propre vie de couple, dans son rôle de parent, dans sa manière d'être citoyen. C'est ainsi que la violence domestique se transmet de génération en génération, créant une spirale infernale. Monsieur le vice-président, mettre fin à cette spirale infernale, c'est briser la chaîne pour les générations à venir. En adoptant ce Domestic Abuse Bill, en le complétant par une véritable politique d'éducation de paix, nous prenons nos responsabilités non seulement envers les victimes d'aujourd'hui, mais envers les enfants de demain. Je veux également insister sur un fléau qui ronge nos foyers et qui nourrit trop souvent la violence domestique, le fléau de la drogue, dont tout le monde en parle. La drogue est une peste moderne qui s'attaque au cœur de nos familles. Elle détruit les personnalités, elle effrite la confiance, elle alimente les disputes financières, elle génère mensonges, agressivité, comportements incontrôlables. Combien de foyers sont aujourd'hui plongés dans la détresse parce qu'un fils, une fille, un conjoint a sombré dans l'addiction? Combien de scènes de violence domestique éclatent sous l'effet des substances, de l'alcool, de la dépendance, du désespoir qu'elle entraîne? On ne peut pas parler sérieusement de protection du foyer sans attaquer de front le trafic de la consommation de drogue qui empoisonne aujourd'hui notre société. Monsieur le vice-président, c'est pourquoi la lutte contre la violence domestique doit être articulée avec une politique courageuse contre la drogue, démantèlement des réseaux, prévention dans les écoles, prise en charge thérapeutique accessible, soutien aux familles confrontées à l'addiction. Une famille qui se bat seule contre la drogue est une famille en danger. Elle a besoin de soutien, elle a besoin d'accompagnement. Protéger la famille, c'est lui offrir des ressources, de l'écoute, des structures capables d'aider ceux qui veulent sortir de la dépendance. Là encore, Il s'agit d'empêcher que la souffrance, la frustration et la perte de contrôle liée à la drogue ne se traduisent pas par des gestes violents au sein du foyer. Notre objectif, elle est bien clair. Débarrasser notre société de la banalisation de la violence sous toutes ses formes. Trop souvent, nous tolérons violence verbale. Nous acceptons l'idée qu'une chiffre, ce n'est rien. Qu'un homme doit montrer qui commande, qu'une femme doit supporter pour préserver le foyer. Ces discours tuent. Ils tuent silencieusement, en légitimant l'inacceptable. Ils tuent en convainquant les victimes qu'elles doivent se taire pour ne pas détruire la famille. Je le dis solennellement aujourd'hui dans cette auguste assemblée. Ce qui détruit la famille, ce n'est pas la parole de la victime, c'est le geste de l'agresseur. Ce qui menace la famille, ce n'est pas la plainte, mais c'est le coup. Le foyer doit être un sanctuaire de paix. Quand une personne, qu'elle soit femme, homme ou enfant, franchit le seuil de sa maison, elle doit se sentir protégée et non menacée. Elle doit se dire: ici, je peux me reposer, je peux être moi-même, je peux parler sans crainte. Le Domestic Abuse Bill doit porter cette promesse. Il doit dire à la victime: tu n'es pas seule, la loi te voit, la loi t'entend et la loi te protège. Il doit dire à l'auteur de violence: tu n'as pas tous les droits parce que tu es le chef de la famille ou parce que tu apportes le salaire à la maison. La violence n'est ni un attribut de l'autorité, ni un privilège de la tradition. Elle est un délit, elle est une faute grave et elle sera sanctionnée. Il doit dire aux témoins, aux voisins, aux collègues, aux proches: ton silence peut être complice. Tu as le droit et même le devoir d'alerter. Tu n'es pas en train de détruire une famille en signalant des violences, mais tu contribues à sauver des vies. Mais aucun texte, aussi bien écrit soit-il, ne suffira sans une mobilisation collective. Il faut que tous les acteurs de la société soient impliqués. Les forces de l'ordre, les magistrats, les travailleurs sociaux, les médecins, honorable Mia, les enseignants, les responsables communautaires et religieux, les associations, les médias. Il faut des formations spécifiques pour que chaque policier, chaque infirmière, chaque directeur d'école sache reconnaître les signes de violence domestique, sache accueillir la parole d'une victime sans jugement, sans minimisation. Il faut que les refuges existent en nombre suffisant, que les lignes d'écoute soient joignables, que les réponses soient rapides, concrètes et humaines. Monsieur le vice-président, je rêve d'une société où la famille soit véritablement le premier lieu d'éducation à la paix. Une société où les parents apprennent à leurs enfants non par la peur, mais par l'exemple, où les conflits du couple se règlent par le dialogue, parfois par l'aide extérieure, mais jamais par la violence, où les hommes comprennent que le respect n'est pas une faiblesse, que l'égalité avec les femmes ne diminue en rien leur dignité, où les femmes savent qu'elles ont le droit de dire non, le droit d'être protégé et le droit d'être cru, où les enfants, enfin, ne grandissent plus dans la terreur des nuits ponctuées, des cris et des bris de verre. En soutenant ce Domestic Abuse Bill, nous faisons un choix de civilisation. Nous disons que la force ne fera plus la loi dans l'espace le plus sacré de notre vie. Le foyer. Nous disons que la famille ne sera plus utilisée comme un prétexte pour imposer le silence aux victimes. Nous disons que la paix que nous voulons bâtir dans nos rues, dans nos institutions, dans notre nation, commence derrière chaque porte, chaque salon, dans chaque chambre et dans chaque cuisine. Nous disons que nous voulons pour nos enfants non seulement un avenir économique meilleur, mais surtout un environnement affectif plus sûr, plus juste et plus humain. Je souhaite qu'un jour, notre pays, plus aucun enfant n'ait à se cacher dans un coin de la maison en retenant ses larmes. pour ne pas aggraver la situation, qu'aucune femme n'ait plus à maquiller ses bleus en invoquant une chute, qu'aucun homme victime de violence n'ait plus honte de demander de l'aide. Je souhaite que le mot famille ne soit jamais associé à la peur, mais toujours à la protection et à l'amour. Ce projet de loi ne résoudra pas tout, mais il est une étape décisive sur ce chemin. Chers collègues, notre responsabilité est immense. En votant ce texte, en l'enrichissant, en l'accompagnant de politiques courageuses et en manière d'éducation, de lutte contre la drogue, de soutien aux familles, nous pouvons véritablement changer le visage de notre société. Nous pouvons faire reculer la violence, restaurer la confiance, rebâtir des foyers solides, non pas l'autoritarisme, mais par le respect mutuel. Nous pouvons apprendre à toute une génération à vivre ensemble dans la paix. Avec cette conviction profonde, Monsieur le Vice-président, avec cette espérance, avec la pensée tournée vers toutes celles et tous ceux qui souffrent aujourd'hui en silence, derrière des murs trop épais, que je soutiens pleinement le Domestic Abuse Bill pour la protection des victimes, pour la dignité de la famille, pour l'avenir de nos enfants et pour une société enfin délivrée de la tyrannie de la violence, à commencer là où la vie prend racine à la maison. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Siban.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir. I rise to support the Domestic Abuse Bill introduced by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Gender Equality and Family Welfare. Today is one of those moments in the life of a nation where Parliament is called upon not merely to legislate, but to define who we are as a people. The measure before us is about affirming a fundamental truth that every human being has the right to live free from fear, violence, and intimidation within their own home. One should know that home should be a sanctuary where children learn love and not violence, where partners and couples build trust and not fear, and where families nurture hope and not despair. Mr. the Deputy Speaker said, domestic abuse is unlike many other crimes. It often happens behind closed doors, hidden from public view, concealed by silence, shame, and dependence. Every case filed nearly represents a child who witnessed violence. Every complaint is the voice of someone who found extraordinary courage simply to ask for protection. Every statistic represents a mother, a woman who feared returning home. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, as legislators, we cannot measure our success only by economic growth or infrastructure. The true strength of a nation is measured by how it protects those who are most vulnerable. The questions are therefore, why is this bill necessary, how it will improve our criminal justice, and why the bill should have confidence. The bill sends a clear message that violence within the family is not a private matter beyond the reach of justice. It is a violation of human dignity, and the state has the authority, necessity, and the responsibility to intervene. Supporting this bill is supporting justice over abuse, dignity over humiliation, and protection over indifference. Domestic abuse can affect women, children, men, and older persons. Whoever the victims may be, our response must be guided by compassion, fairness, and the rule of law. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, the bill does not merely amend the previous law. It replaces an outdated legal framework with legislation that reflects the realities of modern domestic abuse, with a broader sense focused on prevention, protection, and accountability. Its objective is intended to protect everyone irrespective of gender. It protects women, it protects children, elderly parents, persons with disabilities, and every victim of domestic abuse. Our society has evolved. The law must evolve to recognize that abuse can be physical, psychological,
financial, technological, and even coercive. Our legal framework must protect victims from every form of domination. This bill recognizes that abuse is not limited to physical violence. A victim can be imprisoned without chain. Psychological abuse destroys confidence. Emotional abuse and economic abuse destroys dignity and independence. Coercive and controlling behavior destroys freedom. Many victims suffer all these type of abuse long before physical abuse occurs. The most dangerous abusers are not always those who strike first. They are those who isolate their victim from family, monitor every movement, confiscate salaries, threaten children, dictate whom they may speak to, and destroy their confidence until they become prisoners within their own homes. In criminal justice, prevention is better than protection after tragedy has occurred. Every murder arising from domestic violence begins long before the fatal assault. It begins with intimidation. It begins with threat, humiliation, and coercive control. If the law intervenes earlier, lives can be saved. This demonstrates that the bill is preventive rather than merely punitive. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we must be well prepared to implement measures and save lives. Police officers must be better equipped to identify patterns of abuse rather than focusing solely on visible injuries. Modern investigations must also consider text messages, financial records, threats, witness testimony, digital communication, and repeated incidents that establish coercive behavior. Today, abuse may continue through mobile phones, through social media, through GPS tracking, online harassment, and also constant surveillance. Technology should never become another weapon to be used against victims. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, domestic abuse is not only a social tragedy, it can also be an economic burden. Victims lose employment, children perform poorly at school, health care cost increases, police resources are diverted, and productivity declines. Therefore, protecting family is an investment in our nation's future. By broadening the legal definition of domestic abuse, Mauritius is aligning itself with the best international standards and recognizing the living reality of perhaps thousands of victims. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the United Kingdom took a historic step with the Domestic Abuse Act in 2021 by recognizing that domestic abuse includes emotional, psychological, economic, as well as controlling the coercive behavior. The UK further acknowledged the devastating impact of abuse on children who witness violence within their home, and thus widened the scope of consideration to strengthen protection orders and support for victims. Australia has recognized that waiting until physical violence occurs is waiting too long. It has similarly adopted a modern understanding of family violence. Across Australian jurisdiction, coercive control, financial abuse, and pattern of intimidation are increasingly recognized as forms of domestic violence requiring legal intervention. New Zealand and Canada have also modernized their legislation by recognizing psychological abuse, coercive control, and economic abuse while strengthening the role of protection orders and victim support. In fact, across Europe, many countries have strengthened their domestic violence legislation in accordance with international human rights standards, recognizing that abuse is a pattern of behavior designed to dominate, isolate, and control another person. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius should not stay behind, but do same and follow from successful international experiences. We are not copying other nations. We are joining a global movement that places the safety and dignity of victims above outdated perceptions of family violence. The bill sends a powerful message that abuse is abuse, regardless of whether it leaves visible bruises. A victim who is isolated from family and lives in fear every single day is abuse. A victim who is constantly threatened and is denied access to money is also abuse. These victims deserve protection under our laws. The bill encourages early intervention. Every experienced police officer, magistrates, and social workers know that domestic violence rarely begins with serious physical assault. Very often, it begins with insults, then intimidation, then isolation, then financial control and threats, which afterwards result in physical violence. By recognizing these warning signs earlier, the law allows institutions to intervene before tragedy occurs. In many countries, this preventive approach has helped to reduce repeated abuse and, more importantly, save lives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the bill also recognizes that protection of our children is essential. A child who grows up witnessing domestic abuse carries invisible scars for life. Studies across the world consistently show that children exposed to domestic violence are at greater risk of anxiety, depression, poor educational outcomes, and perpetuating cycle of violence in adulthood. Thus, protecting a parent is about protecting a child. Protecting a family is about protecting the future of our nation. One thing is clear, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, that no law, however strong, will succeed on its own. Implementation will be critical, and we are confident that our Deputy Prime Minister will put measures in place to ensure that domestic abuse will be handled effectively. Police officers must receive specialized training. Healthcare and other professionals must know how to identify victims. The judiciary must have adequate resources. Shelters and counseling services must remain accessible. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, victims must have confidence that when they come forward, the state will stand beside them and will not leave them to face abuse alone. The state have every duty to protect citizens where violence, fear, and coercion exist. This bill must further be supported by continued investment in public awareness, victim services, rehabilitation programs, and coordinated across government agencies. Today, Mauritius has an opportunity to demonstrate that our legal system evolves with our society. We have an opportunity to protect the vulnerable, uphold human dignity, and strengthen our justice system. Today, across Mauritius, families are asking whether women and vulnerable persons are truly safe inside their own homes. This parliament has a responsibility to answer that question, not only with words, but with action. Every Mauritian mother and grandparent should know that the law protects them. Every child and every daughter should know that violence and abuse are never acceptable. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, before I conclude, allow me to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for prioritizing this bill and the Deputy Prime Minister for introducing this progressive piece of legislation, and the AG's office and all the stakeholders, including staffs of the Ministry of Equal Gender, for their significant contribution towards modernizing our legislation on domestic abuse, and all those who have spoken before me in support of this bill. Mauritius has long recognized as a stable democracy governed by the rule of law. Today, we have an opportunity to demonstrate that we are also a leader through our Prime Minister in protecting human dignity and combating gender-based violence. We fully recognize that the right to live free from violence is one of the most fundamental rights. No citizen should have to choose between personal safety and keeping a family together. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, today we are protecting families. The bill is intended to ensure that every Mauritian home becomes a place of safety rather than fear. History will remember whether we had the courage to stand on the side of those who had no voice. The laws we pass today will become the values we proclaim tomorrow. It will shape the lives of people we may never meet. Let today's decision proclaim that in Mauritius, justice begins at home. The bill is not about politics. It is not about ideology. It is about
humanity. It is about ensuring that no person should have to choose between silence and safety. The true measure of a nation is not found in the height of its buildings or size of its economy. It is found in the strength of its justice and in the compassion it extends to those who are most vulnerable. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, history will record that this Parliament did not look away when confronted with violence behind closed doors. We, in fact, opened the doors of justice. We stood with the victims. We held offenders accountable, and we affirm that every home in Mauritius should be a place of safety, dignity, and respect. As Dr. Martin Luther King reminded the world once that injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere. Today, by supporting this bill, we affirm that there is no place in our republic where injustice will be tolerated, not in our streets, not in our workplace, and certainly not in our homes. With these words, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable François.
Merci. Elle a été séquestrée en voiture, brutalisée de coups sur tout son corps, frappée par son petit ami qui par la suite menace de se suicider. Si une déclaration est faite à la police en son encontre, c'est l'histoire de Joséphine et Joseph, deux jeunes. Et cette histoire m'interpelle profondément quand l'abus et la violence domestique touchent notre jeunesse. Face à la multitude d'abus domestiques, notre société est confrontée à de grands défis, tant sur le plan culturel, éducatif, légal que médiatique. En 2025, 7562 cas de violences domestiques, 986 cas ordonnances de protection, comme mentionné par Madame la DPM. À Rodrigue, les cas de violences domestiques signalés à l'unité de protection du bien-être de la famille sont les suivants. En 2022, 81 cas. 2023, 87 cas. 2024, 98 cas. 2025, 107 cas pour une population de 44 000. L'Espagne démontre une progression remarquable. Le nombre de féminicides a chuté de 30% en 20 ans depuis 2004. Monsieur le vice-président, je note l'effort du ministère de l'égalité des genres pour réduire de 24% le cas de violence domestique dans les prochaines 5 ans, passant de 6 565 cas en 2025-2026 à 5 000 cas en 2029-2023 comme objectif vers une société socialement cohésive. Ceci dit, permettez-moi de féliciter l'honorable député Prime Minister Navamari pour son leadership en matière d'égalité des genres et je remercie l'appui de l'honorable attorney général pour la représentation de ce texte de loi importante à la Chambre. Ce projet de loi est une réforme progressiste significative dans la lutte contre les abus domestiques. Monsieur le vice-président, mardi dernier, c'était la journée internationale du parlementarisme, ce qui nous rappelle que le Parlement est à son meilleur lorsqu'il protège ceux dont les voix sont souvent silencieuses. Un Parlement digne de la confiance publique ne doit pas seulement adopter des lois, il doit veiller à ce que ces lois atteignent leurs objectifs et dans ce cas précis, protègent la femme et la jeune fille, l'enfant qui vit dans la peur et l'homme qui peut souffrir en silence parce que la honte l'empêche de demander de l'aide. Ce projet de loi sur les abus domestiques est nécessaire. C'est pourquoi je salue et soutiens les définitions plus larges contenues dans ce texte de loi. Il élargit la protection, reconnaît les schémas d'intimidation, renforce l'accès aux ordonnances de protection et envoie un message clair selon lequel les abus ne se résument pas à des violences physiques. Elles peuvent aussi être du contrôle, de la perte, des menaces, de l'élimination, une domination économique, l'isolement, entre autres. Et pour donner dignité aux victimes et via ce texte de loi, nous avons besoin de logements sûrs, des ONG, des policiers formés et plus de ressources humaines, principalement dans le domaine de l'accompagnement social, sur le plan psychologique, de la réhabilitation, des données fiables, de confidentialité et d'une coordination efficace entre les institutions et des initiatives spécifiques à Rodrigue reflétant notre réalité autonome. Monsieur le vice-président, l'abus domestique est l'une des contradictions les plus douloureuses de notre société, surtout sur le plan économique. Le toit familial devait être le lieu le plus sûr, mais pour beaucoup de personnes, c'est l'endroit où commence la peur ou le calvaire. L'Organisation mondiale de la santé et les Nations unies avertissent constamment qu'environ une femme sur 3 dans le monde connaît une violence physique, psychologique ou sexuelle au cours de sa vie. Derrière ce chiffre, il ne s'agit pas d'un nombre abstrait, mais c'est Lily, une mère qui cache les blessures de ses enfants. Et je suis touché par le témoignage du cœur de l'honorable Legovine. C'est Fifi, une fille qui cesse d'aller à l'école parce que la peur l'accompagne de la maison à l'école, comme l'a justement décrit l'honorable Genga Parsad. Ce sont des enfants qui sont témoins de violence et qui ont besoin d'être spécialisés, car un enfant qui grandit dans la peur peut porter cette peur à l'âge adulte. Le directeur de l'audit offre des recommandations pertinentes concernant l'amélioration et la gestion des services de shelters. C'est Mondo, un voisin qui entend crier mais ne sait pas comment intervenir. C'est Marie, une victime qui peut partir mais n'a nulle part où aller en sécurité. Les abus aujourd'hui, ce sont les téléphones scrutés chaque nuit, les cyberviolences, l'isolement. J'étais témoin de la souffrance d'une famille que lorsque l'un de leurs fils a coupé le contact pendant 3 ans par peur de représailles domestiques. Et aujourd'hui, cet homme est toujours traumatisé. Monsieur le vice-président, une fois que nous reconnaissons l'abus, nous devons être prêts à réagir pour éviter les pièges. Quelques monsieur à Rodrigue, une femme à Rodrigue avec des enfants, sans revenu, et craignant que tout le monde connaisse son histoire, demain matin, se demande où elle va ce soir sous les menaces de son persécuteur. Une victime ne doit pas avoir de répéter son traumatisme 5 fois dans 5 bureaux différents. Elle doit pouvoir entrer par une porte et trouver un chemin coordonné vers la sécurité. Je propose la création d'une nouvelle unité spéciale de soutien dédiée à l'abus domestique, adaptée à notre taille et à nos réalités. Elle devrait rassembler des policiers formés, des travailleurs sociaux, un psychologue, un soutien juridique, des services de protection de l'enfance, des représentants de la santé et des partenaires communautaires. Cette unité devrait fonctionner selon les protocoles de confidentialité stricte, car, Rodrigue, la confidentialité n'est pas un luxe, c'est le fondement de la confiance, car tout le monde se connaît. Cette proximité peut aussi rendre silencieuses les victimes. Les victimes craignent souvent que la personne au comptoir de la police soit proche ou connaisse l'auteur des faits ou d'être invitée à arranger les choses. Elles peuvent craindre que leur signalement parvienne à l'agresseur avant que la protection ne les atteigne. Monsieur le vice-président, c'est pourquoi la confidentialité, l'éthique professionnelle et la pratique centrée sur la victime doivent être au cœur de la mise en œuvre en lien avec l'article 4, Best Interest Principles. Monsieur le vice-président, compte tenu de nombre de cas locaux, j'observe avec l'indignation le recul et l'échec politique et social devant le retard et l'absence de non-construction de nouveaux logements sociaux concrets depuis 2022 à Rodrigue. Rodrigue devrait également envisager le modèle innovant du logement, core and cluster, où les familles disposent d'unités d'hébergement autonomes temporaires, tandis que les services de soutien sont disponibles à proximité. Monsieur le vice-président, le traitement des victimes dépend non seulement de ce que dit la loi, mais de ce qui se passe au poste de police, à l'hôpital, au bureau des autorités et dans la communauté. Que les premiers mots prononcés peuvent soit ouvrir la porte à la protection, soit les fermer complètement. Je recommande des formations continues, obligatoires, pour les agents de police, les personnels de la justice et de la santé, les travailleurs sociaux et les agents communautaires. Nous avons aussi besoin de données fiables et d'un système structuré de collecte. Rodrigue ne peut pas planifier efficacement si nous ne connaissons pas scientifiquement l'ampleur, le schéma, le lieu et la récurrence des abus domestiques. Des données fiables permettront au gouvernement central, à l'Assemblée régionale, à la police, aux ONG et aux services de santé de passer de la réaction à la prévention. Monsieur le vice-président, à Rodrigue, la prévention doit parler le langage de notre société rodriguaise. respecter notre culture. La violence n'est pas une tradition. L'abus, pas de l'amour, n'est pas de l'amour. Et le silence n'est pas la paix. Les défis sont clairs. Et nous avons besoin des ressources humaines spécialisées, des services juridiques accessibles, du centre de réhabilitation et un programme structuré de réhabilitation, d'un financement durable pour des abris et un logement transitoire, d'éducation et de conscientisation publique continue dans les villages, d'une coopération plus consistante entre le gouvernement central, l'Assemblée régionale, la police, le service de santé, l'école, les écoles, les religions, les ONG et les leaders communautaires. À cet égard, je propose 5 mesures pratiques pour Audrey. Établir une Specialized Domestic Abuse Response Unit avec du personnel qualifié, formé et un soutien social. Créer un système de données confidentielles et de gestion de cas. Développer un logement d'urgence et transitoire sûr. Financer le soutien à la famille et les programmes de réhabilitation pour les auteurs responsables. Renforcer une campagne de sensibilisation publique durable. Monsieur le vice-président, dans son récent discours budgétaire, le docteur Nabil Angoulane, Premier ministre, a justement évoqué la reconstruction de la résilience sociale, la promotion de l'égalité des genres, le renforcement de l'autonomisation des femmes et une meilleure protection de chaque enfant contre la violence et les abus. Ce projet de loi nous donne la fondation législative et la volonté politique pour rendre cette fondation plus solide. Je note dans le budget 2026-2027 qu'une somme de 10 millions de roupies est prévue sur le nouvel item Women and Children Solidarity Program, Running Expenses of Halfway Home. I hope a few millions will go to Rodrigue as well. Sur la question des bourses d'études, sur la base du mérite de ces critères, des critères sociaux, un traitement spécifique devrait être offert aux candidats qui attestent de leur statut de victime de violence, à condition qu'elles remplissent toutes les autres conditions prévues par la réglementation en vigueur. Monsieur le vice-président, soyons clairs, un cadre juridique moderne est important, mais une victime n'expérimente pas la justice comme un article du projet de loi. Une victime éprouve la justice lorsque le système est fonctionnel, le téléphone est répondu à temps, la police réagit avec professionnalisme, la Cour de justice agit rapidement, la confidentialité est respectée, les enfants sont protégés et la communauté soutient la victime plutôt que de rester silencieuse. Pour conclure, monsieur le vice-président, je soutiens ce texte de loi quand il élargit la protection contre l'abus domestique et met en lumière les souffrances cachées. Mais je dis aussi avec respect et fermeté qu'il ne faut pas s'arrêter qu'à l'adoption de la loi. Nous devons la mettre en œuvre avec urgence, avec compassion, avec des ressources et avec une collaboration renforcée avec Rodrigue. Que ce projet de loi soit une promesse à nos jeunes filles, la femme et à l'enfant qui ont peur ce soir, à la personne âgée qui se sent impuissante, à l'homme qui souffre en silence et à chaque famille de la République qui mérite la paix dans leur foyer. Et oui, très bien, Madame Annabelle, vous avez plaidé pour la paix. Construisons une nouvelle société où l'amour ne fait pas mal et qu'aucune victime ne reste seule derrière une porte fermée. Monsieur le vice-président, sur ces mots, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you. Honorable Nelsingen.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I just want to highlight the number of points I would have liked to raise, possibly not. Number one, first of all, I would like to rebut some of the points raised by members of the opposition, especially the leader of the opposition. I have to agree that 2 other members of the opposition have been more or less consensual. Number 2, I just want to highlight briefly the objective of the bill and how we are moving from a physical-centric focus to a more broader approach, and also how today we are living in a different era, and there has been evolution of society, and there is what I would qualify as being a socio-evolutionary lag, and how we are shifting from a reactive law to a more proactive legislation, and also from a model of physical violence to more focus on economic, psychological, and emotional violence, and also a sort of innovation with virtual harassment, protection to also related parties, more important and innovative protection measures with an exclusion order, more coordination, and also reporting duties of health professionals and other professionals, and more severe punishment, and also rehabilitation. And I've been listening to many of my colleagues. It is true, and I fully concur, that we have to crack down on domestic violence. We have shifted from violence to abuse, which is more broader. But at the same time, don't forget that when we are referring to domestic violence, it's part of the puzzle. It is true that part of the Mauritian society, they are suffering from a more sort of ingrained illness. We have to address the issues. And also, in spite of the fact that we have to crack down on perpetrators of domestic violence, yet the challenge, and I have to commend both the Minister and the Attorney General to, at the same time, crack down on domestic violence, but also to rehabilitate. And fortunately, we are not spending enough time on rehabilitation, which is also very important. So the bill of today is a milestone that will fundamentally reshape the social fabric of Mauritius, of society generally. And for nearly 3 decades, our actions were governed by the Protection from Domestic Violence Act of 1997. And what the leader of the opposition stated, I'm just quoting from his speech, on a perdu du temps. Incredible. 1997 to 2026, on a perdu du temps. What have they done over 10 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker? It is true. I've listened also to Honorable Duval. They have brought a sort of amendment in 2016, which has to be commended. But at the same time, this was a patchwork. Whereas this time, the Minister and the Attorney General, they are coming with a very, very comprehensive piece of legislation. The leader of the opposition mentioned also that on n'a pas inclus des offenses comme féminicide et aussi marital rape. But unfortunately, maybe he did not pay heed to the fact that it was already announced that very soon the Attorney General will come forward with legislations by amending the criminal code, and these 2 offenses will be taken on board, and this will be a great step forward. And the leader of the opposition mentioned also, raised concerns about health professionals and other professionals flagging suspicious cases. On ne peut pas avoir le beurre et l'argent du beurre, Monsieur le Vice-président. In fact, we should allow health professionals. I listened also to the speech of Honorable Omir. I think health professionals have got a very, very important role to play, and it would be good that this is included in the law. And the leader of the opposition mentioned at some stage of his speech that there is no proper coordination. But this is included in the bill, that there is a sort of panel which is going to be established for the first time. It is true that this was a major sort of flaw in the law of 1997. There was no proper coordination, and this time, both the minister, the technicians of the ministry, and lawyers at the SLO, they have addressed this issue, and this is being cured. Now, these are the criticisms I have to level against what has been stated by the leader of the opposition, but also Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last time also, it seems that we have to go back to the basic. When the bill is being read in Parliament, we have the first reading, second reading, and the purpose of the second reading is for the concerned minister to listen to what the criticisms of members of government, backbenchers also can criticize, nothing wrong in it, and members of the opposition, and the minister was humble enough to say that this is the first step, major step for a comprehensive amendment, reform, not only amendment like they did in 2016, and she is prepared to see how this legislation would be in operation, and she mentioned in a speech that she will be ready in 1 year's time, in 2 years' time, possibly, in light of the practice that if need be, there would be further amendments. We are not going to wait for another 20, 25 years to amend the law. This is how this government is operating. This is how the Attorney General is operating, and this is how many ministers are operating. Well, the leader of the opposition also mentioned that maybe we should have more regular reports. That is a valid point, if I told the minister, because you see, I always mention that when it comes to education, when it comes to health, and now for family protection, if we can try to pool our resources, our analysis together, both the opposition and government, this should be a good thing. We can fight on other matters, but on these important matters, I think if we can find a consensus, that will be commendable both to government and to the opposition. This is very, very important. Now I mentioned that two of the members of the opposition made some very good remarks. Honorable Béranger, Joanna Béranger, agreed that this is a good law. It is not perfect, as mentioned by the minister, yet it can be improved in 1 or 2 years' time. And she mentioned that on a donné une décoration à Madame Natacha Panin. Et croyez-moi, on a donné ça avec conviction, par la grandeur de cette dame et aussi par le contenu de ses livres. Donc, ce n'était pas seulement une opération com, et we believe in it, and this is why this law is coming at the right time. And of course, the Honorable Duval mentioned about resources. I'm sure that in spite of the difficult situation with the previous government left us, number of scandals, no need for me to mention all these scandals, I'm sure both the Prime Minister, who is also the Minister of Finance, and the Minister will find resources. It is true that we have to find resources, we have to find more money, and on one point which I agree with Honorable Duval, there is a need for training. Training of the officers of the ministry, that's point number one. But nobody mentioned as if we are scared. I fully respect separation of powers. I fully respect that principle. But at the same time, some years back, we passed a law for the training of magistrates. You see, magistrates, jurists, whether you're barristers, you're a jurist, you're a professor of law, you know the law. Some people, they read around, they know much more than the law. But according to me, it is not enough. The Institute of Judicial and Legal Studies, unfortunately, up to now, has not been involved in the training of magistrates. And it is important to give a very important dimension of psychology and sociology to our magistrates and members of the judiciary. This is where, at times, the minister, the officers of the Ministry of Gender and Equality, is not necessarily responsible for what is happening. We cannot poke our nose in the affairs of the judiciary. I fully concur, I fully agree, yes. But at the same time, proper training has to be given to magistrates and even judges. Why not? So this is important. So these are some of the points which I wanted to rebut. Now, coming to the points I wanted to raise, I mentioned that we are leaving, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what worse in the law, actual law, leaving a physical-centric approach to a more broader approach. And we are taking cognizance of the evolution which has happened in our society. While the actual act served its purpose in a different era, it has fallen into what I would qualify as an undeniable socio-evolutionary lag. It remains blind, unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the realities of modern abuse, constrained by outdated physical-centric focus and crippled by passive, siloed administrative structures. This is where we are changing the structures. Today, we permanently consign that obsolete framework to history. And with the domestic abuse bill, we are introducing a modern, highly proactive, from a reactive model to a proactive model. And because it is not only physical violence which has to be taken into consideration. So this is why initially I mentioned this is a major comprehensive shift, comprehensive framework. And this legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is meticulously engineered to achieve two non-negotiable goals. On one hand, providing an unyielding shield to crack down on domestic abuse through severe sentencing, and we have increased the sentencing, the punishment, which is very important. But at the same time, which unfortunately we have not helped enough, according to me, on rehabilitation. It's a major challenge. To punish more, but to rehabilitate is important in our modern society. And as I mentioned before in my earlier speeches, Mr. Deputy Speaker, referring to the famous jurist Roscoe Pound, we have to strike a balance in the law. And this is a major challenge. Security of women, but also the future of society. This is one point where one member of the opposition mentioned also that we have to be careful with what we call mediation. According to me, yes, I agree. We have to be careful with mediation. But at the same time, we have to bring a stratification, a classification among the sort of physical abuse or other sort of abuse. Because we do not want to break down families also. For each and every type of violence, which I'm not condoning, I'm not condoning any type of violence. But at the same time, when I refer to striking a balance in society, we have to strike the balance. We cannot, for each and every even simple act of violence, emotional or psychological violence, we don't allow mediation and we allow the family to break down. Because in the medium term, in the long term, what will happen? We'll have so many broken families, and then you will have more violence in society. So this is where I think a sort of balance has to be struck. So let me be entirely clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Domestic violence is not just about physical blows or visible bruises. Abuse is a systematic campaign of domination, isolation, and control. And the greatest flaw of the 1997 Act was its restrictive, physical-centric framework, as I've mentioned, and which completely ignored the insidious ways abusers destroy the autonomy of the victims. So this is where the bill marks a radical shift from a violence-based model to a coercive-based protection framework. And under Section 2 of this new law, we have dramatically expanded the definition of an act of domestic abuse to fully encapsulate its modern and complex variants. Economic abuse, very important. We are criminalizing this time economic abuse. It is now a crime to cause a victim, for example, to be dependent on the related person.
You have 2 minutes to conclude.
By isolating them from support, exploiting their resources, sabotaging employment or training opportunities, or forcing them into debt coercion. It is equally illegal to restrict access to joint digital financial platforms like debit cards or basic household necessities. No abuser will be allowed to use economic dependency to trap a victim in silence. I already highlighted also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about psychological abuse, also virtual harassment. And also we have also enlarged the scope for related parties. Even protection will be given to grandparents. And so we have also beefed up the protection measures, as I mentioned, more state intervention. We have also reduced the delays, which under the purview of the actual law was 14 days, as mentioned by Honorable Omir. So all these improvements are being made, and we are also introducing some more new protection measures, and where the magistrates and the judicial officers can use online methods to issue these orders, these protection orders and new orders. So I mentioned also about reporting duties by professionals. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very, very important bill which has been worked out in a very comprehensive manner. And what is good also, the Minister has mentioned, has underscored that after 1 year, 2 years, in light of the experience that we will be having from the operation of the law, she will be ready to have a fresh look at it. And I fully agree also that training of officers is crucial. Giving more financial means to the ministry is very important, because we don't want the law just to be beautiful on paper, impressive on paper. We have to act upon it. So this is a very good bill. I won't say excellent, because we have to keep room for improvement. This is why I'm strongly commending the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Babouam.
Deputy Speaker, sir, this is without doubt a legislation whose time has come. For far too long, victims of domestic abuse have suffered in silence. Some have paid the ultimate price with their lives, while many others continue to bear permanent physical and psychological scars. Our existing legislative framework, dating back to 1997, reflected the realities of its time, but society has evolved. Our understanding of abuse has deepened, and the law must evolve accordingly. This bill represents that necessary evolution. Deputy Speaker, sir, this legislation is about far more than domestic abuse. At its heart, it is about the protection of human dignity. It is founded upon a simple but fundamental principle. No human being should ever be subjected to violence, intimidation, humiliation, or coercion, whatever form those abuses may take. One of the most significant advances contained in this bill is the recognition of emotional and psychological abuse as offenses in their own right. For many years, countless women, and indeed many men, endured profound suffering without adequate legal protection, simply because the law failed to recognize injuries that leave no visible scars. Yet, emotional wounds can often be deeper and longer lasting than physical ones. Deputy Speaker, sir, if we are serious about combating domestic abuse, we must also confront its causes. Domestic abuse rarely exists in isolation. It is often part of a cycle of violence that passes from one generation to another. Many perpetrators are themselves products of environments marked by violence, neglect, and trauma. This reality does not excuse criminal conduct, nor should it ever diminish personal accountability. But if our objective is to build a safer society, we must also address the conditions that allow violence to reproduce itself. It is precisely for that reason that I warmly welcome the rehabilitation program introduced by this bill. A mature justice system is one that punishes wrongdoing while also creating opportunities for genuine rehabilitation. We owe that not only to offenders who are willing to reform, but also to future victims whose suffering may be prevented if destructive behavioral patterns are broken. Rehabilitation is therefore not an act of leniency. It is an investment in public safety and in the long-term well-being of our society. Rebuilding society cannot occur without re-education. Harmful cycles must be broken, and individuals must be encouraged to believe that they can rebuild their life through genuine reform. Deputy Speaker, sir, domestic abuse also presents complex human realities that cannot simply be reduced to legal principles. Relationships are built upon affection, emotional attachment, and shared responsibilities. Victims often remain with their abusers for reasons that may appear difficult to understand from the outside. Children, financial dependency, emotional attachment, fear, hope for change, and family pressures all play a role. I am certainly not suggesting that anyone should remain in an abusive relationship. Every victim deserves protection and the opportunity to live free from violence. But unless we understand the realities that influence those decisions, we risk oversimplifying a problem that is profoundly complex. How many parents still encourage their daughters to remain in abusive households for the sake of their children? How often do victims suppress their suffering because they fear the judgment of others? The familiar expression, "Di moun ki pou dire," continues to weigh heavily upon far too many lives. Deputy Speaker, sir, on another note, I also warmly welcome the inclusion of economic abuse within the scope of this legislation. Economic control is one of the most effective instruments through which an abuser exercises power over a victim. Some women are prevented from pursuing employment because an excessively possessive partner refuses to allow them any independence or cannot tolerate the idea of them interacting with male colleagues. Others earn an income, yet are deprived of any meaningful control over their finances. They are made to bear all the household expenses while the man spends his money on everything else. She has no savings. She bears her pain in silence and keeps being beaten and criticized. She will not go back to her maternal home, either because she does not want to become a burden. She cannot buy or rent a house because she has no money. The truth is bitter, Deputy Speaker, sir. No money often means death. The uncomfortable truth, Deputy Speaker, sir, is that financial dependence can become a trap from which courage alone cannot provide an escape. Some victims may seek refuge in shelters. Others may not consider that option suitable or available. It is therefore encouraging that the Honorable Minister, Shakil Mohammed, has assured this House a few weeks ago that victims of domestic abuse will receive special consideration in matters relating to housing. That commitment deserves recognition because financial independence and secure housing are often the first steps towards freedom. Monsieur le Vice-président, je voudrais maintenant aborder un autre phénomène de notre société moderne qui mérite toute notre attention. Il fut un temps où les rumeurs se propageaient de voisin à voisin, puis elles se transmettaient au téléphone. Aujourd'hui, elles se diffusent instantanément sur les réseaux sociaux, amplifiées devant des milliers d'inconnus. Nous voyons de plus en plus de personnes publier des vidéos ou porter publiquement des accusations contre leurs conjoints, anciens ou actuels, dans le seul but de les humilier aux yeux de tous. De tels agissements causent un préjudice psychologiquement considérable, non seulement aux victimes, mais également à leurs enfants et à leurs proches. L'état de droit existe précisément parce que les sociétés civilisées ont rejeté la justice rendue par l'opinion publique. Pourtant, les réseaux sociaux ont, à bien des égards, recréé un environnement où certains se considèrent comme enquêteurs, procureurs, juges et bourreaux. Derrière l'anonymat de faux profils, des individus alimentent des campagnes de harcèlement à coups d'insultes, de moqueries et de commentaires incessants, sans mesurer les conséquences parfois dévastatrices de leurs paroles. Ils jettent la pierre en toute impunité, tandis que les victimes et leurs familles continuent de souffrir. Je salue donc les dispositions de ce projet de loi qui érige en infraction l'utilisation des moyens de communication électronique et des plateformes numériques pour faire du chantage, harceler, menacer ou intimider une victime, notamment par la diffusion de contenus offensants ou à caractère intime. Cela étant dit, Monsieur le Vice-président, je suis d'avis que notre arsenal juridique doit continuer à évoluer. Nous devons également nous interroger sur la responsabilité de ceux qui participent sciemment au harcèlement en ligne par des commentaires malveillants et préjudiciables. Notre Constitution garantit à juste titre les droits et libertés fondamentaux, mais tout droit s'accompagne nécessairement de responsabilités. La liberté d'expression n'a jamais eu vocation à devenir un permis de porter atteinte à l'intégrité psychologique d'autrui. Deputy Speaker, sir, another important improvement introduced by this bill is the expansion of those who may be held accountable for domestic abuse. Too often, perpetrators escape legal consequences simply because they no longer lived under the same roof as their victims, or because their relationship did not fall within the restrictive legal definition. Abuse does not cease merely because two individuals no longer share the same address. Violence, intimidation, and coercion frequently continue long after relationships have ended. I therefore commend the broader definition adopted by this bill, which better reflects the realities experienced by victims. I also wish to highlight another important aspect of this legislation. A child who commits an act of violence against his or her parent will now fall within the ambit of this law. It adds to the legal provisions of the existing Protection of Elderly Persons Act. This is particularly significant in protecting our elderly citizens who deserve to live in dignity, safety, and peace. We know that substance abuse and illicit drug dependency can sometimes fuel violence within families, with elderly parents becoming the first victims of those seeking money to sustain their addiction. This bill sends a clear message that abuse is unacceptable regardless of who the perpetrator may be. Whether the aggressor is a spouse, a former partner, or even an adult child, every victim deserves the protection of the law. Our elderly parents who devoted their lives to raising us should never have to spend their final years living in fear within their own homes. In closing, Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to commend the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Gender Equality and Family Welfare for introducing this timely and progressive piece of legislation. I give this bill my unequivocal support. I look forward to have more lives saved, more families rescued, and a stronger social fabric for a better and healthier Mauritius. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honorable Pencha.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move for adjournment of the debates.
Yes, the motion needs to be seconded. Seconded? Yes, seconded by Honorable Mohammed. The question is that the debate now be adjourned. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 10th of July at 3 p.m.
The motion is seconded by the DPM. The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 10th of July, 2026 at 3 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. You are ready.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Mon adjoint matin est adressé à Monsieur l'honorable ministre de l'Agro-Industrie, le Dr Boulel. J'ai fait la voix des éleveurs de porc de Rodrigue pour demander de faciliter l'exportation des cochons sur pattes jusqu'à que la chaîne porcine de l'abattoir de Bédiamant soit équipée pour permettre l'abattage de porc selon les normes établies par les différentes législations en vigueur à Maurice. Cela va permettre la transformation et l'exportation des carcasses sur le marché mauricien régional. Il y avait un surplus de plus d'environ 3000 têtes de porc en début d'année. Pour les éleveurs de Rodrigue, ce sont des pertes économiques décourageantes avec des coûts exorbitants pour les aliments. On ne peut pas laisser mourir ce secteur économique vital pour Rodrigue. Je demanderai à Monsieur le ministre s'il peut intervenir rapidement auprès de toutes les autorités concernées, nationales et locales, pour trouver les solutions nécessaires pour soulager nos éleveurs de porc de Rodrigue. Et c'est urgent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I do understand the urgency of the matter, but my good friend would realize that there's no live movement of pigs between between Rodrigues and Mauritius, and we put a lot of premium on the autonomy of Rodrigue. We'll look at this issue in a very comprehensive matter. I cannot at this stage create unnecessary expectation, but you can rest assured it will be addressed, and we need to collaborate and see how best we can improve the livelihood of pig breeders.
Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie. Ma requête s'adresse au ministre de la Santé. Des mandants de la circonscription m'ont signalé que depuis un mois, le médicament fluorouracil 5%, prescrit dans le cadre de chimiothérapie, n'est plus disponible au National Cancer Center. Je lui demanderai donc de bien vouloir faire de sorte qu'il soit disponible, ou alors communiquer quand ce sera possible qu'il soit disponible, ou alors de bien vouloir donner des alternatives pour ne pas compromettre le traitement des patients. Je vous remercie.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, so I'm aware of this problem. There is a shortage in the market also. I'll try to do the needful as early as possible.
So my question is to the Honorable Minister of Local Government. Honorable Minister, there is a public outcry from the inhabitants of Kamasla in relation to the construction of a regional cremation. They have already served a mise en demeure to the District Council of Flac. They fear that this will cause serious health hazards as it is less than 150 meters from their houses. Can the Honorable Minister find out if all the permits have been obtained and if an environment impact assessment has been done in relation to the risks to their health? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'll take note of this request. I can table that answer later on.
Thank you.
Yes.